All right. It's okay. I'm just gonna just for rewatch ability. We're going to be kind of chatting a little bit here at the beginning of it, as people may or may not be filing in to watch. But this is the first stream of us doing a little development on a project we've been working on for quite some time, and we'll be kind of chit chatting here for a little bit, and then we'll start doing a little bit of a spiel so you guys can learn a little more about this project, about this game, what we're doing, what's going on, and all that good stuff. So. That's it for the beginning of the video for posterity recording, etc.
Let the chaos begin.
Yes.
Well, okay. Given that this is partially going out to my regular audience, would you care to introduce yourselves, who you are, what you do, if you want to get into that, and just let them know?
Sure, why not? We're actually the Tabletopless crew. So Grim has been our lovely games master. Yes.
You're making the camera jerk.
Oh, okay. The games master for quite some time, and so we've been talking about what are you? She is sabotaging the living shit out of me. Are you gonna you're gonna give me calculus in the meantime? Are you gonna you're poking me the entire time?
Your foot was stuck under the rug. To move your foot from under the rug.
Thank you. And so this is our local agent of chaos. Yeah, she is.
I helped.
Yes, she helped. And this is like how our things normally go.
Yep.
So yeah, we do adult work, which we will not be mentioning too much of on these channels, but so
you can find it.
You can find it, but or not. Regardless,
it's very well hidden. You have to look for it.
Yes, right. But so this is a completely separate thing, though. So this happened to be. In this case, we'll be having adult stars playing a role-playing game, just as role-playing gamers. So
nerds who happen to have other
weird.
Jobs get naked.
Yes,
yeah,
right.
It's perverse.
Exactly. So that's about it for us. I think we have our names there, and I'm Richard Ball. Terry.
Yeah.
I'm Vixen Minx. I'm also a spicy streamer who was recently adopted by the Tabletopless crew. Loving every minute of it, learning a lot about D&D, so I will ask lots of questions for your benefit. Look at us, we're a team.
She is an excellent streamer, by the way. She has got that fun feel down, man. She always brings a lot of fun to our streams. We're so glad to have her on our crew.
Best improv game ever.
Right. So yeah, let's see. So we've been working on this kind of in the background. Like I've got a ton of work I've been doing on stuff in the background that I want. Yes, on the world building, exactly. And so there's a ton of world building work that's been going on for a long time, and we just kind of been chit chatting about how to make this happen. And so Grim is going to be basically adding structure and making it an actual game.
Maybe turning his work of fiction into a playable game.
Right. So do you want to start getting into the we got almost 10 people watching at this point, apparently. We can start just kind of chit-chatting about what the game is and what we're trying to accomplish with it, and our vision for it, because we're still kind of figuring things out ourselves.
Yeah, so you get to watch your game kind of being made at the same time as the adventures and so on that the characters go on. So how do we describe it?
Oh, I can describe a lot of the world and things like that, and because I do have a vision for it, and one of the first things that if you want to start talking about that, I was hoping you'd we'll get to that in a minute.
Well, if you need a moment to organize your thoughts, I can go into some other stuff.
If anything, I'm just I'm excited about it. I've put enough thought into it that I think I can describe it fairly well.
I think we're just trying not to monopolize the stream.
Exactly. I'm trying to not. She knows.
I know.
All right. Well, if I was to elevator pitch it, I would say that we're going for a sort of modern fringe science / modern occult sort of vibe to everything, but in a very sort of hopeful way. I would use the word hope punk, but that's become a very loaded term in gaming spaces recently.
I was not aware of that.
Yeah, it's politics ruins everything. So, but but we wanted to create a game that was more upbeat in a lot of ways. That there'll still be challenges and threats and all the rest of it, and one way you're working towards something, trying to make positive change in the world around you.
So with that, one of the things I'm testing out, I'm still like, we're in a collaborative phase. So you guys are going to watch me be asking him questions about what he likes and what he doesn't about it, because we're trying to collaborate here. Vixen's going to be helping us figure out, the character building. Both Vixen and Tara will be helping us figure out how's the character building working, and we're thinking it through and stuff like that. And what if people like?
I think Vixen's job is the Doctor Who companion. What's that, Doctor? Oh, I'm glad you asked.
Exactly.
It just occurred to me that I can fuck right off and have my own camera.
Ooh, yeah, that's right. Get your own screen.
Yeah.
Extreme close up.
You can show our bookcase over here. You can show off the bookcase.
I'm gonna work on that in the background.
Nice.
While you guys do the world setup real quick.
Okay, so one of the things, the kind of taglines that I've been liking as a not a tagline as much as a maybe the idea is the world of light. I don't know what they call world of darkness. How would you say that it's kind of a title of their world where they have all these different things going on. Well, I like the idea of world of light because we've got a lot of dystopian game systems out there, and so dystopian game systems are basic in dystopian sci-fi. It's basically all anybody's made for the past 30 to 50 years. Something you did something.
I did.
Yes. Okay. So, like I said, our resident expert of chaos will be doing things that are completely unnecessary.
It's all right. We can still hear you. So it's fine.
Okay, good.
Okay, good. All right.
I think it adds to the watchability, actually. It humanizes us as players. We're not professionals. We're just a bunch of fucks here to play some video games. Or tabletop games.
Or in this case, tabletop games.
Yeah.
So the premise behind it is Ether, right? The Ether.
I think I have the same.
Oh my god! Oh my god, they're brothers!
Oh, neat.
If they were close enough, they would kiss. I'd make them kiss.
Yeah.
Make them kiss.
Okay, so the idea is that behind the word, the little tagline or label or whatever you want to call it of world of light is that the luminiferous ether. So that means luminiferous is light bearing. So the idea of the ether, going back to if you are interested in steampunk and things like that, is that it is the medium that light travels through. Like, in other words, if you go remove all the water from the ocean, can you have ocean waves? Of course not. Waves are, what the ocean is doing. They aren't really a thing. And so that was the same kind of idea for ether going all the way back. And so the idea with the world of light, though, of course, is like we've got all the dystopian stuff, and we've got, and so the idea here is, once again, the hope. How do we get there? So what we're kind of looking at, we've been going back and forth because I have a view of being able to make a game that can be modern, futuristic, as well as very old, but we don't want to bite off more than we can chew starting right off. But the whole game world actually is set in all of these settings. In other words, there is this vast history, because what we're doing is making a game that is theoretically extremely so close to reality that you could maybe think that some of it might be true. And so that's kind of the fun part of it.
Within the conspiracy theory.
Right. It's exactly. And so it is we're taking all the fun conspiracies, Atlantis and
Hollow Moon.
Yeah, Hollow Moon, some Hollow Earth,
stuff under the ice in Antarctica, stuff under the ocean,
aliens, and then one, like the first book, the first couple chapters that I've already put out there is about the idea of one of the components of it. Is introducing you have the people who are underground, the Vrilya, and they're a hidden civilization that's ancient, doesn't give a shit about us. And then there's the Greys that we're seeing all the time, right? And they're actually AI. But they're left over from Atlantis, and Atlantis has disappeared. And that's kind of like a sort of a quick, really, really quick backstory of some of the description of everything's been going on. And if you're into that kind of thing and you've been keeping up with the news and the UAPs,
and of course, shadowy corporations with government overreach and all the dystopian.
Yeah. So the big bad is, well, but everybody. The whole point of this is to kind of get people to crowdsource, getting people thinking about in a fun way, how do we get to where we want to go, instead of all of us like going, there's nothing we can do. We're all the planet's going to implode. Let's be done with the planet's going to implode.
I mean, it will eventually. Let's not speed it up.
Okay. The civilization's going to implode and everything's going to go wrong. Let's be done with that for a second and actually think about possibilities and ways that how can we get there? So where's that line, that crack that you can, drive a wedge into to make it where maybe there's something we can do in the near future that will allow us to, give the power back to the people, promote both individuality and unity, and and all those different things. Well, one of the biggest problems, and a lot of people who are into UFOs and things like this have also I've been starting to talk about this a bit, is scarcity. And where does scarcity come from? Or where does the lack of scarcity come from? All those things are tied to energy. That's why we're fighting over oil and all of that sort of thing. So where is that crack where things might suddenly change dramatically for the better for everyone, where we can, clean up all of the
where's the chink in the armor?
Pollution. We can where's the we can do it line of division, and and how do we get there? And that's kind of how I see this game, as a fun way for people to think about that sort of idea that there is, and then propose, yes, there is this thing. There is, through one of the things is not. Okay, let me before we go too far, I want to make this as believable, this world as believable as possible. So if you talk about free energy, you have to talk about, like, for instance, a waterfall was thought of as free energy at a certain point. When Tesla, created the power systems for Niagara Falls, he was harnessing free energy. Now the energy it wasn't a perpetual motion machine. It was drawing from somewhere. It was actually just hooking to a source that had never been tapped before. So things like 0-point energy and things like that people talk about, all that's going to go back to the ether. And now that you can, I'm not going to get too much into all of the technical details of all that sort of thing, but there is like this interesting way you can just do a little tiny shift in history, and suddenly we've got this possibility of ether theory being this hidden way that UFOs work. It's the solution to the cosmological constant problem, and the all of these things in physics, that all in UAP physics. How is it that they do these incredible things that are outside of our any possibility of being done with our current knowledge of how things work, and how can you travel to the stars? All of those things can lead back to the ether, and then there are kind of a central idea behind it is there was a military industrial complex, moneyed interests. None of them want a easily gained personal access to nearly infinite wealth through infinite energy, right? And so one of the other kind of taglines that I really enjoyed was from Firefly, was "Can't stop the signal, Mal," and it's just the idea that there are these people who want to empower, enlighten.
I have an anecdote that relates to that. If I could add to a little bit of flavor of this podcast. Speaking of, we can absolutely make this a podcast. I think we should.
Yeah.
Because we're all extremely interesting. Well, not me, but you guys are extremely looking and interesting people. But I have a lot of anecdotes. So actually, the person you're talking about is Mr. Universe, which I had completely forgotten the details.
I'm talking about a person?
Did you guys have the signal now?
Oh, yes, that's right.
I forgot many details around that because the events were so shocking.
Yeah.
and the tagline was so powerful that like my mind sort of like just focused around the idea. What is an occult word for idea?
An eidolon? I mean, but that's a that's a thought form though.
Right. It became sort of like an eidolon of like can't stop the signal. It was like it became its own thing, and I forgot the details about the man himself. So when I was reading A Certain Someone, T-shirted historian, and Grimm, their book, it's a RPG supplement to OSR system, I believe.
Yeah, Machinations of the Space Princess. Yep.
Princess, the Machinations of the Space Princess, right? And it is a supplement to be able to play sex bots in your game.
Cool.
And I've been reading through that, and as I was doing that on stream, somebody mentioned Mr. Universe and that he had a sex bot, and I'm like, the fuck you talking about? And they're like, Firefly / Serenity. I'm like, the fuck you're talking about? I intimately know those properties. What Mr. Universe with a sex bot? What are you talking about? And then I googled it. I was like, oh shit. Like half of that episode. But Mr. Universe, he had his electric girlfriends, and his whole like sort of existence was online. And that's something that reminds me of the other half that we're here to do, which is create characters and character classes. And that could be like a really fun thing to use the archetype of a hacker, basement dweller kind of person with like not necessarily Krieger, like an archer who has an anime waifu, but is like psycho. Well, no, I love him, but his experiments are questionable. So you could have that kind of type of person too. And then the alternate version of that with the robot wives is like the tinker, electrician, coder, basement dweller sort of person.
Yeah, we're gonna have preppers. Like that's one of the Doomsday Prepper is got to be a class. Survivalist. You got to have one of those because I mean we're gonna be like.
We're gonna have a witch baby as well. She goes to a lot of raves, takes a lot of mushrooms.
So basically, it's gonna be all of the none of the the really gross dark conspiracies. We're gonna like say those are just disinformation. But so the fun conspiracies. Well, stop. I guess some of it'll be a little bit dark, like maybe we'll.
Will we have adrenochrome?
No adrenochrome. No, we're not doing that.
What?
Youthfulness.
It's just the whole baby eating thing. It's just so tired.
So
no, thank you. It's just no.
No reptilians. No baby eating elite.
Yes,
reptilians. Yes,
almost kind of the Rilya.
Oh, right.
Are technically descendants of a reptilian species. They come from and like the whole idea.
Antediluvian species. So we are heavily going to ancient aliens.
Yes, ancient aliens, antediluvian, like a lot occult science.
Yeah, pre-human civilizations.
You can basically dive down any of these rabbit holes.
The Greek classics of them using a shit ton of drugs, just so many drugs.
Yeah, the Greeks. Oh my god.
Literally everyone up until modern day, like they're hiding this from you. It's a grand conspiracy. Humans were fucking just cracked out of their minds.
Just so many different drugs. Hey, life was horribly brutal.
There was a lot of injury.
You gotta back then. Well, yeah, that was.
They just had to do a line and "Viva la Revolution."
So system-wise, we needed a game system that would be suited to investigation. And that would be extremely flexible to allow all of these different elements and different character concepts and everything to be used. I decided it would be easier to use one of the existing open game systems than to come up with a new one, because I think there are systems that fulfill our needs that already exist, and why make more work for yourself?
Right.
Basically. So I looked around a few different systems. I thought about using Warp, which was used for the old version of Over the Edge, which was a kind of surreal sort of game back in the 90s. I considered using the system that's used for Trail of Cthulhu and a couple of other games, to thinking investigative, and that whole system is set up to handle investigations. But in the end, we settled on using the Cypher system by Monty Cook. It's incredibly flexible. It's easy to understand and to pick up. You can use it to play just about any genre, and it's an open system with a system reference document and everything. So we can just take that system and build on it. There are things I don't necessarily like about the system, which we can change in our version. And the kind of detail that you see in this reference book isn't all open, but we can use that as the basis upon which to build the game. And it can handle everything from magic to super science to anything you want, really. So that's what we'll be using.
Yeah, that's good. So one of the other aspects of the game will be any technology sufficiently advanced is indistinguishable from magic. Mm-hmm. There's kind of an idea that if you've kept up with any of the UFO stuff, one of the things that's kind of part of that whole genre is the connection of consciousness to technology. In other words, like that is the rumor. And by the way, I want people to be able to heavily draw from stuff that's going on in the news right now, and be able to like play off of that in their game, because that's just fun. It's like, well, what's really going on behind closed door in Congress is this.
That's super fun. I love that aspect that we're sort of brought to VTM. But my first introduction to that was even possible in RPGs was through AetherPunk. Yeah. And that was like something. And as somebody who started with D&D, but like video game D&D, so I didn't really know the rules necessarily of like a specific spells and stuff like that, because it was all automated through a video game system. The lore and the world and the high fantasy of it was just like so immersive. And so I've spent like 15 years just deep diving in high fantasy, medieval sort of era, all of that. Arthurian, Celtic sort of type of stuff, Renaissance, just that. And so I associated that with RPGs really, and role playing really, really strongly. And then comes Cyberpunk, where it's like, you have a car door that you can hide behind. You have a gun. I'm like, what the fuck is this? But it was great. So like it was a paradigm shift to be able to play something that is a RPG that is fantasy and role play, and entirely a world of imagination and fantasy in an actual like real day, like real time. Yeah. Here, modern. I was like, whoa, mind blown. Yeah. So I'm hoping we can bring a little bit of that with.
That is where I want people to get to at some points during their game, get goosebumps as it occurs to them that maybe that's what's really going on. That kind of fun.
Capture the imagination.
Right. You can't really get that very often with extremely high fantasy sorts of things. That has its own fun, but some of the which you get in movie theaters, that kind of goosebumps sort of thing, and also just people kind of sitting around and just shooting the shit a lot of times about what's going on, and sharing like a little bit of esoteric knowledge about these little subgenres of things, and being able to not take it. You don't have to take. Hey, if you do take it seriously, good on you too. I mean, but you don't have to. Is the kind of the point? Is you can just use it as this whole area of lore that's being created that can be used for a game. And so games masters will be able to leverage so much that's out there, that's written, that is intended to be real, but it's but a lot of it's just silly. Now that being said, I was going back to like with in UFOs and stuff like that. The technology is typically, they always are saying it's somehow connected to consciousness. It's somehow consciously controlled, but also the technology itself is deeply embedded with consciousness, and and so all of that I'm kind of making that be a way by which magic will eventually emerge. So the game system.
Yeah, we need some magic.
I do want to focus on a near future, and eventually expand the game into a near future as well. And in the near future, where people start uncovering all this stuff about the ether, they start getting like basically the equivalent of magic power.
Mm.
And now they don't have to necessarily understand it because
Like-
there's these ancient
Like they
technologies.
can levitate or
Right. Because basically
go
they
in
start
time short amounts.
right. So how does that work? Well, just to kind of give you a hint, there's this there's this idea
nerdy.
that you go way back in time, and basically they were doing what we now call space-time engineering, but in the game world it's ether engineering. Back in like the time of the dinosaurs, kind of era, because dinosaurs eventually they started finding that now we found out they're feathered. Oh, now we found out they're gregarious, and we keep finding out these things about reptilians where they seem to be now they're standing on their back legs, they're gregarious and have social structure. And how far does that go? Well, you just extend that to be like, well, eventually they achieved technological civilization that eventually died out. I mean, it was millions of years ago.
How much of it got wiped out?
No,
we couldn't tell.
No, all of their technology would have already been subsumed under tectonic plates. There's there's the.
I mean, if you think of the wildness of the fact that Pangea is the thing, that all of Earth was one, and then it all broke apart. And then ice ages. There's vast amounts that are terraforming.
And one of the other ways to get around the problem of ancient technology is you simply presume that all technology only has a short blip in the era that we're in, and we're in an era that is just before wet nanotechnology. What do I mean by wet nanotechnology? I mean advanced biology, because basically cells are little machines that just happen to have a little more fluid going on. And so once you unlock biology to an extremely advanced level, you then can do all of your technological development through biology as a type of wet nanotech.
Well, we're already growing. So we used to grow
there's already biological
on animals, but now we're starting to grow them in 3D printers.
Yeah, but what's important to know is that there's biological circuits you can make. You can make biological, that we already are doing biological computing, and
bacteria are doing calculations.
There was a
crazy
what's
shit.
it called, a transistor. They had a biological transistor over a decade ago.
Slime molds predicted equal to Tokyo's train map, even and slightly better.
Yeah, solving the traveling salesman problem.
Yeah,
which basically there's this whole thing in P versus NP, and we won't get into all the non-computability, but basically the idea is eventually you go right into a biotech as a technological civilization because it's superior. It's self-repairing, self-managing. You don't want to manage everything that's going on in every one of your cells in your body. You want that managed at a lower level.
Hair growth.
The same thing is true of the design of technology. After a certain point, you design it based on
Yeah, and some people think that the underlying sort of substrate of reality is mathematics. So in theory, if you could tweak the math, you could change reality in some way. So some of these ancient or alien or whatever civilizations may have had that level of development. And then here we are stumbling around, altering our consciousness with drugs, engaging in weird rituals, which is kind of like giving a monkey a laptop. Occasionally, they're going to hit the right combination of keys to make something happen. So
because there's still technology left over. Like one of the things I was going to propose is that at the Lagrange points, there are these which is these places out in space where gravity is sort of canceled in the solar system, so stuff can just sit there out in space. There are these ether machines that are pretty much invisible because they're basically just I don't know. The idea is that the flows of ether. So ether is this fluid, and ether is the substrate that everything's made from. In other words, and matter is just the foam at the edge of the real universe, computational universe, all that. But the point is
heavily leaning on Tesla and other things.
Tesla, and there's way too much to get into when it comes to world building.
But also science.
Being the world builder, I'm going to try to overwhelm you and make you drink from a fire hose all times.
But real quick, speaking of Tesla, science and consciousness links really well there, because a lot of his insane insight, like really deep, accurate insight. This is the guy who invented the first remote controlled boats, the fucking AC DC current, vertical takeoff and landing, so many other random things that are showing. He powered a city from a hill without any wires. Like the level of magic that this man possessed
was all ether technology.
And a lot of his stuff, he said, came from Hinduism.
Yeah, and
So there's this overlap of religion, spirituality,
religion,
consciousness,
consciousness,
yeah.
all of that. And the
That's
thing
our,
is,
that's our jam.
so basically, there's all this whole world where you can explain. So one of the things you want is like plausibility to things. You want a believability to your game. And so there's this. What I've been doing is weaving this intricate pattern of all the ways that all of these things come to a point at which you could say, instead of using the tired old, it's quantum, this, or it's a, the flux inverters, instead of using that, this is going to be like allow you to have a different language that has both science and magic as part of it, and just basically creating a kind of a new fun way of looking at things. Now I'll have to admit.
Let me interject real quick about the science, because I actually really enjoy the fact that it is based on science that you can look up. Mm-hmm. So there's this element of like with flux inverters and antimatter capacitors, that's kind of like, and I love it. I'm a huge Trekkie, love that shit. And the creativity is great, but it is a little bit akin to like play pretend in the yard, which is fantastic. And we all need to indulge that in a child and do that. But something I guess cerebrally appeals to me about and kind of handle that part of rules lawyering and having like manuals and playbooks and like the harder side of D&D, that kind of having a science that you can look up and figure out how it works. Actually, I think really helps with this. Like you can play pretend, but then you can always check each other. You can always look it up and be like, no, I didn't actually shoot you and you died because I had my hands. It's like it makes it real in a way that allows people to feel that.
Yeah, there's some restraints. In other words, there is a way by which you could get down to the most pedantic level,
right,
and say, well, it
works.
Nerds
need that.
Yeah, and so that there's a workable explanation that you can actually find a paper in a peer-reviewed journal, that's like that you can eventually back up all of these things. Now, some of it has to do with leveraging, like I'm in my other time that I'm not doing adult work, I'm actually a historian of physics, and so there's there's all of this stuff having to do with physics right at the end of the 19th century.
Yeah.
There's specifically a 15-year period that the world has forgotten, and that is where I focus. Is this like we're talking about like the last scientist to talk about that 15-year period was John Stuart Bell, which if anybody knows anything about physics, it's the Bell inequalities, which have to do with the whole spooky action at a distance
Not
thing.
the telegraph bell. Different.
No, different. So he's the last physicist that actually knew about this alternative viewpoint that fits modern physics, but it creates this whole other way of viewing the world. In other words, it's mathematically the same, but it's a different interpretation. Now, a lot of people know about different interpretations of quantum mechanics. They don't know there was a different interpretation back at the turn of the century with relativity. That there were two interpretations there, not just one. And so that's kind of my place that I can create the crack that people can fit into and have this alternate view of the world. But so you want to?
Well, so what are some sort of pop culture touchstones we could point people out to say aspects of that are us? I would say The Invisibles, Global Frequency, Assassin's Creed,
definitely
the History Channel.
The History Channel, yes.
Especially
all the stuff of the History Channel.
All the ancient aliens,
Yes.
Yeah.
Also, they do a lot of stuff about like UFOs and Antarctica and like Hitler's forays into the occult, trying to find ancient technology.
Right. Like you find out like the whole point that why did Hitler have the spear of destiny?
Why was he so psycho?
Which is like the spear that was driven into Jesus's side, because he thought that everything having to do with the occult in some way related back to ancient technology.
Why was it with Arians? Like, what was that all about?
Yeah, and so he was trying to like that's what. So he thought. I guess he thought Jesus was had ancient technology, and like so he thought all these different religions, and they thought all these different religions had ancient. That's why they were trying to like appropriate everything and pull it in as like they were hoping for some sort of advantage. And so that's one of the
advantage in a war.
That's where you can have a Indiana Jones era. That's one of the things that I was enjoying the possibility of is this can have Indiana Jones era.
We can have a module DLC. We already have the Trinity right up for it.
Yeah.
Well, here's some weird synchronicity for you. the author of Occult Reich, J.H. Brennan, was also a role-playing game designer.
Ooh.
And is currently a lecturer at universities. So that's interesting.
Yeah, I've actually got Hitler's Monsters by Eric Kurlander over there. That's my book on it. I've actually like found a couple of other people, because the funny thing is when you start digging in like to the whole, and that's a fun part of this also, is like the idea that the Nazis had their own UFO that they were working on.
Just to clarify, Nazis are bad guys, and we don't like them. We
Yes.
them on site.
We're interested like scientists.
That's just that's
Well,
not
I also think the fixation upon the naughty mid-century Germans kind of lets Stalin get away with a lot of stuff, because the USSR got up to a lot of freaky stuff to do with psychokinesis. Stalin wanted to breed half gorilla, half man super soldiers.
I'm sure he did.
For a while. Lysenkoism was a complete failure, but it provided the inspiration for the Triffids. Red Mercury, anti-gravity, the Soviets were heavy into. So there's all kinds of stuff there.
I being from a little bit,
and that's, by the way, and in this game, the reason they were into it is because it's real, and that's the suppressed technology that we're trying to like uncover. It's like, like now it's, that's been debunked and that's been debunked. Bullshit. That's all. The other really big tagline from this is we will not, is from the CIA director in 19, was it in the 80s?
Was it Dulles? Oh
no. And he said that we know our disinformation campaign has succeeded when everything that the American public believes is false. And so it was he was the CIA director said this in Congress. Like, is a well-known quote. You can just like look it up. And is that the whole point? And why would he say something like that so openly? Well, because the idea is, well, anytime that the American public knows the truth, they put it out in free press, and then the Soviets were getting,
the enemy knows the truth.
We're getting the truth from the free press. So the only way to stop the Soviet Union from getting our technology and and things like that is to make sure that to put out disinformation. So this is a real historical thing that the CIA believed as part of that it was part of their mandate to make sure that everything that the American public believed was false.
There's a lot of really weird bordering on like, is this real stuff that CIA and the Soviets were also doing, where like remote viewing that seemed to have some results. There's also crazy ass experiments that Soviets got up to with, of course, we were the first to send humans out into space. Before that, we sent doggos into space. There's also a lot of head transplants. In fact, I was reading a book that was published in 1920, 1920. Wow, numbers. And it was this Russian author who was talking about a disembodied head that was attached to like some, this doctor cut off a colleague's head and like attached it to tubes, and that head could only like blink. So it's kind of like the bell jar a little bit, but it's like very advanced sort of imagining a possibility. So
the butterfly and the diving bell is what you're referring to then?
Yes, sorry. Bell jars.
Most. No.
The idea is that he could only like blink. And he was like trying to communicate with his nurse. And there's this idea of like body horror that had to do. And if you look back in just the 20s or even before that, there's so much about robots and like these things that we think are only happening now in 2020s. That should happen 100 years ago. People were just as taken with this like robots and aliens. Like we were kind of like crazily repeating history in a certain way. But we are just, unless you become a historian of physics or a historian of anything, you don't really realize how much stuff people knew at what early like years in the past. And so we're going to definitely expound on that.
And let me admit right now that I do believe that there's a high probability that we're being visited by something that is non-human. So I'll admit that I've got no problem with that. But
they're probably drones. They're probably unmanned.
So Beyond Balor is asking if AetherPunk is named the game. Maybe
And
the
genre?
kind
Right.
of working title.
Yeah.
Maybe it'll be AetherPunk will be the like strapline or something, and then it'll have another title. I'm going to call our campaign Better Angels, which might be a good idea to name the game. Or you mentioned referencing light, so maybe we would call it Luminous or something. I don't know. It's still being worked on.
Could be AetherPunk, World of Luminous.
I love that guy.
Also,
by
I do
the
like
way.
the angels. Uranus Angels has been our thing for a bit. So, like anything involving angels, I'm down for.
Yeah. Feel free to ask us questions or anything as we go along.
yes,
We might
please.
not be able to
This is-
get to all of them.
Yeah,
okay.
interactive thing.
This is one of the things I was hoping. There isn't a role-playing game that is specifically AetherPunk, and so what I'm hoping is not to clash with, but to define the genre, because I've spent 20 years in researching ether. Okay, and so when it comes to the science of ether, there's probably no one on the planet as well versed in it as me. It's like that is when you take somebody who's got a little bit of a touch of the tism, they can get a little obsessive. Well, I've been obsessing about it for 20 years. Okay, so that is my special interest. And so when it comes to creating, I see. You want me to look at the camera? All right. When it comes to defining the etherpunk genre, if you go back, when people asked what is ether back in like 2015 era, my video was the first one to come up. I've been explaining what the ether is and how it works to people for a very, very long time. It doesn't come up. It's not the first to come up anymore, but my old steampunk physics channel used to be the
My favorite flavor.
used
What?
to be the source that
You
people
missed it.
started
Grim
learning
picked
first
this
about
up
ether.
too.
What's that?
Oh yeah.
Pineapple
Sorry,
Monster.
They make
Pineapple. What?
Oh man, I'm
Yeah.
the odd man out with the
Yeah.
C4.
Sunrises are so good. I mean, we're trying to cut down on sucralose, but man, oof,
yeah.
those are so yummy.
So
Etherpunk isn't hugely defined as a genre, nor is it properly distinct from steampunk. And it's a personal bugbear of mine that there are no straight steampunk games. They all overblow it, as far as I'm concerned. If I ever do a steampunk game, I will go back to Gibson's Difference engine as my inspiration, and I will not go crazy.
So yeah, so this is the other thing is yes, want some recommendations for artists? Absolutely, that was one of the things that now you'll find that we've already got the AetherPunk is on all the social media sites. We kind of did that beforehand, like a year ago, and because we've been preparing for this for some time. Excuse me, and you'll find that we have an AetherPunk, usually AetherPunk project. Because what I wanted to do is allow people to be part of this genre defining moment, because that's what we're attempting to do, is define a genre, and I don't want to do that alone. I do want to be able to use my expertise in understanding ether theory, and I want that to be something that it's very near and dear to my heart, because here's the thing: I actually believe that there's a possibility that the things that we're going to just present here as fiction, that some of it, when it comes to an alternative physics view, is actually true. And so I don't care whether people look at it as silly nonsense or not. It's too much to explain otherwise, but at least using it for fun will get people a little more
Engaging with
interested in
it.
that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So
recommending artists, that would be very helpful. I recently, for a different project, tried to hire some artists. And what I used to do was just make an open call on social media and let anyone apply. And I just got completely flooded with scam artists and spam and people acting as a front for AI. I've got nothing hugely against AI art, but don't sell me something that's not what it appears to be, please.
Baya's got too many fingers.
Yeah, so if you've got vetted artists, I mean, me separate to all this would be interested, and we will be interested.
And And there's just a matter of like people who are up and coming artists who want to, who already make AetherPunk. In other words, there are a few people who already felt like they were making AetherPunk art. And so I want them to continue to enjoy that. If that's something that they enjoy, I want them to be able to kind of participate as communities do in defining what's the look of it, what's the what is it that we're kind of doing there, so that everybody, I don't know. Whenever you're trying to define a genre, I feel like that it's kind of a community effort as well. But of course, there is a level of just
Shall we talk system and then see about delving into some characters before Vixen dies of boredom?
Yes. Sorry, Vixen, we're going on and on about the game. Not really doing the part that you're here
teach me
for.
things I can apply.
Okay.
I don't know if it's showing very well, but I have Albinus designs. I'm really excited to work
he was
with all
interested.
the artists. So
Okay.
we did manage to our usual strategy is like recruiting people that we're interested in directly. So but that's not going to necessarily that's the limited reach. So if you are an artist, please reach out. We have a Discord. There's a lot of fun stuff on there.
There's I think there's also an r/e.
This show is sponsored by you.
There's an r/punk art channel that's been up that people have been contributing to for a while. Let's see. They did ask, is it alternative Earth or original IP?
Oh,
it's both. I don't understand the
What's
difference
alternative
between.
Well, I guess it's a divergent Earth, but I also think that everyone's table is going to be different as they make decisions on what UFOs really are, what magic is genuine and viable, all of those sorts of things. But I think the kind of seeds in the presentation that we're creating will have its own flavor. But I think kind of similar to another callback to the World of Darkness books is that most of it's transmitted through unreliable narrators. So it's a bit wibbly wobbly. We'll provide our interpretation, but leave room for people to do their own thing.
Yeah, I love that. That's really good, especially since and as you mentioned, investigation is kind of part of that. And so given that there are power structures that you are used to in more dystopian games here as well, like shadowy corporations, government overreach, CIA type agencies, disinformation on every corner. So there's going to be, you're not going to have just access to everything. You're going to find snippets of documents here and there. You're going to be overhearing things. You're going to have to like follow through on some of it. And the answer may not be clear in the end. So, an open-ended kind of thing is always fun. And especially, as you decide what if aliens are, what are they? Are they local? Are they extraterrestrial?
Yeah, well, I think a lot of people are actually enjoying. Like, this is something I brought up a while back. It's like, hey, maybe the alien grays are just leftover, artificial intelligence, and that's kind of the basis of the book that you can actually read the first 3 chapters. That's still a little rough. Don't give me hell about it. You're getting a sneak peek that I'm not going to keep up forever. And that's
it is a pre-edited version.
Yes, it needs editing.
All right. Let's do a quick little briefing on the system. So almost all the time, you use a 20-sided dice, like so. And you're trying to roll high. So the higher, the better. Yeah, it's green, so...
I love that.
And of course,
I had to buy a green one. I wasn't thinking ahead. But it's also liquid and has glitter in it. So it's a stripper D20.
We will, of course, have these episodes as replayable YouTube and VODs on Twitch. I will have to remember how to use Twitch again. So, that'll be fun. And of course, we do have our own YouTube channel for AetherPunk and Tabletop List. So in the future, when we do actual episode 1, we're going to be streaming to so many places. And they will also be recorded as videos. On top of that, I am highly considering, in fact, I have the power to do it, to turn this into a podcast.
Yeah.
So,
but let's not break his stride too much. He's trying to.
Yes, I made 2 steps, I think. Right. One of the peculiarities of the system is that I never roll. You are the only ones who roll ever. I set a difficulty level,
Oh.
and the target number for the difficulty is always 3 times the difficulty level. So if I say it's a difficulty level 3 task, you're going to need to roll a 9 or higher on your 20-sided dice.
Honestly, I
now-
love that.
Now, that difficulty level can be modified by different circumstances. Like if you're trained in a skill, the difficulty level drops by 1, so your target number drops by 3. If you're specialized in a skill, it drops by 2 levels, so the difficulty drops by 6. That's the maximum you can get from skills, so it's fairly hand-wavy and vague on how skilled you are.
Am I correct in feeling like it's just multiples of, or it's in 3s? So you're like,
Yes,
okay,
it's all in 3s. So you just multiply the difficulty level by 3, and bazinga.
Well, in other words, why not set a specific number? Why is it multiplied by 3?
I honestly don't know why they've done it that way.
Number.
But there can be some smaller numerical modifiers which can change it separately. So I don't know. You can also have access to assets which can be used to reduce the difficulty as well. Like if you have some specialized equipment, or someone helping you, or you've just spent a downtime scene early in the session really studying up on a particular topic, those might also reduce the difficulty. So assets can reduce the difficulty by another 2 levels. And if you manage to reduce the difficulty all the way to 0, you don't have to roll, you just automatically succeed.
Oh, that's neat.
The other key thing is you have this thing called effort. Now, your character is defined by pools, edge, and effort. Pools are might, speed, and intellect. So they cover your physical capabilities, your agility, dexterousness, and your mind and force of personality. And those wear down over time as you do stuff. You can exert effort to make things easier for you. Exerting effort costs 3 points normally, and that will bump the difficulty down by 1. Edge reduces that cost, so makes it cheaper.
Will we get character sheets? Because
I did upload character sheets, PDFs into our chat.
Yeah, we
on
can
Discord. So
we can probably show one while you're talking about this. How about we find it real quick, and that way we can show it a sheet.
I'm not sure whether I put it in the private chat or the green room.
Yeah, here it is. There's a Cypher system character form.
Yeah.
Should I bring up the one that already? You know what? I'm gonna bring up the one that you have for Jackdaws. How about that?
Okay.
That way, it's already got some examples.
Baloo, it is the Cypher system that we're going to be using.
Let's see. Did somebody say it sounds like Cypher system? It's top. There we go. And then I gotta open that.
And I was writing down my notes funny. You said it's pulls, effort, and what was the other one?
Pools, effort, and edge.
Edge. I wrote effort twice. I'm an angel. Effort makes effort easier. No, wait, hold up.
Edge makes effort easier.
Yes.
Jackdaws. Share. All right. Now let's see how this. See if I can add this to the screen. There we go. Add to stage. Yeah, there we go. Now we can talk about it a bit.
Yeah. Just 1 second.
I will banish you.
I will unsummon you from existence.
All right. Okay. So I see you. They've got the might and the speed. You know what? I'm gonna zoom in on that page a little bit. Zoom in.
Woman.
Where is the?
Okay, that's
Yeah.
dealt with our little
There.
troll there.
Oh, what? No.
Oh, we had a troll. Okay.
Yeah. Just spamming the channel with nonsense and Jesus.
Oh,
Okay.
good.
All right.
I need a
So
little
I
Jesus.
I just made a quick little character using one of my pen names and some inspiration from Alan Wake. So he's a sort of author who investigates occult stuff on the side. So all characters can be described in a sentence. So Jack Dawes is a learned writer, which is a character class called Speaker, who would rather be reading. So any character can be defined in terms of those sentence, that kind of sentence, and that describes who and what you are. Tier is like level, but even more so. To go up a tier, you have to tick all of those advancement boxes that you can see on the right-hand side there. And each of those boxes costs 4 XP, and that's just increases your capabilities. But you can also spend experience points to pull random shit out of your ass during the game, if it's appropriate to your character. So if I was playing Jack in a game and we encountered some new cryptozoological thing that me, the player, had never heard of, I could spend an XP and say, all right, I read up on this shit. Give me the lowdown on Mongolian death worms or whatever it might be. Right? And then the games master would give me some information and I might have a little bit of an advantage later on. And you don't have to advance your character on those advancement slots. You can just raise other stuff.
Liar is crazy.
Right, so you see the pools there. Yeah, you got might, speed, and intellect. Above there in the middle, you can see effort. As a starter character, you can only ever spend up to 1 level of effort. So that would be 3 points. But in his case, if it was his intellect, he's got an edge of 1 on intellect. So that would only cost him 2 points to make things 1 easier. Your pools are also your health. So if you get shot, you lose points from your might, typically. If you run out of might points, things get more difficult for you. And if you take any more damage, it goes on to speed. Things get even more difficult. And all you can do is sort of crawl around saying, ow, it hurts. And then if all 3 drop to 0, then you're taken out, which could mean knocked out. It could mean killed, whatever. It depends on the game.
So hold on. So all right. So, yeah. Okay. Let's drill down on this a little bit because it's starting. I'm unfamiliar. I've never seen a system like this before. So let's go back to what the tier, effort, and XP were about. There was
So tier is kind of like level in a more traditional RPG, but it's a bit more powerful. So it's just a way of kind of describing the overall power level of your character. If you raise up to higher tiers, you'll get access to new capabilities and so on, or more powerful versions of capabilities. So if you started out with, say, telepathy, a level 1 power for telepathy might be reading surface thoughts. A tier 2 power for telepathy might be more forcefully reading minds. And then at higher tiers, maybe you could mind control people or wipe their memories or, all that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Cool. And then the effort, you were saying, did that have to do with the because you're talking about spending XP, and that is well, whenever I hear spending XP, I'm like, whoa, losing XP. Hold on.
No, that's when so from your pools, if you want to make something easier that you're doing. So let's say Jack is in an uncharacteristically physical confrontation, right? And he needs to kick out the window of his car to escape the ravening Mongolian death worm that is trying to get in through the other window. So he needs to make a might roll, perhaps difficulty level 3. It's challenging, but it is just a glass window. So he needs to roll a 9 or more on his d20. So you got a 50-50 chance. He decides that's not enough and that he really needs to make sure he kicks this window out. So he decides to make effort. So he spends 3 points from his might pool. So that drops to 5. But now the difficulty drops 1 level because he's expended 1 level of effort. All right, so now he only needs a 6 or higher.
Okay, so you're using up your might. You have a pool that are both hit points and something that you can use as a resource other places.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So you have to weigh it up.
It's just the number of total 3-point sets that you can use?
Yeah. So the effort, the number in effort, that limits how many times you can reduce the difficulty using effort. So if I had an effort of 2 on Jack, I could spend 3 points to drop it by 1, and then another 2 points to drop the difficulty by another 1. Because the cost goes down at the higher levels.
Okay.
Yeah. And then your edge is taken away from the total cost.
Your edge. Huh.
Yeah.
So edge is another. Where does edge come from?
So different character types will start out with a different level of edge. You can buy them up with experience points, and it's just you are particularly good at whatever it is.
Okay,
so it takes less effort.
You've got an edge, and so Jack Dawes has got an edge in intellect,
in reading,
and so he goes all that reading. And then where does the XP come in again? Because like normally I'm used to XP being something that just advances your level, and if you lose it, well, you could possibly lose a level or whatever. So
you can either hang on to your experience points and use them to improve your character, or if you're in a really sort of bad situation and there's something appropriate that your character can hypothetically do, then you can sacrifice future advancement for immediate advantage and spend an experience point on something that is appropriate to your character. If you scroll down a bit...
Okay, hold on. I have to switch it a bit. There we go.
Okay, so under special abilities, you see the intrusions. Those are the things that cost an XP. So if I was playing and I really needed some backup or something, I could spend an XP and say, yeah, I'm a relatively charming guy because my role is a speaker. Can we have an NPC be really friendly to me and helpful? Can someone turn up who's useful? Maybe the sheriff or whatever. Can that happen? Spend the XP. So I lose the XP, so I can't invest that in making my character better in the future, but that friendly NPC turns up. The other options there, perfect suggestion, that's another speaker intrusion. And what that means is you can have an NPC who's hanging around or one of your followers or someone say something that gives you a clue or sets you on the right track, something like that. And unexpected gift means someone will just give you something.
It's out of nowhere. You just okay.
Yeah.
So these are basically like high powered like things that you can gain from spending an XP point. And so you sacrifice an XP point, you gain some big advantage through your special abilities. And so fast talk.
So those are intrusions. Those are sort of minor but get you past problems. These other ones are more like powers. Now, I deliberately chose a character that wasn't particularly into occult capabilities or anything. So these ones tend to cost things from your pools rather than anything else, or they give you some sort of static advantage.
So how do you get your stuff back from your pools? So
below that, you can see it says recovery rolls. So you can restore your pulls by 1d6 points. So there's different levels of that. So during combat or turn by turn action, you can take cover and take one action to get your breath back, and that will recover 1d6 points to your pull. Then you tick that box. So the next one I think is 10 minutes. So if you take a 10-minute break, you can tick that box and you can recover another D6. Then if you can take a rest for an hour, maybe grab a quick meal or sink an energy drink or whatever, you can get another D6 back. And then at the higher level, 10 hours of rest, a good night's sleep
Long rest.
and a proper meal, and you get
Long
some
rest.
back.
Yeah, long rest.
Yeah.
And then
8 to 10 hours
does
minimum.
the 10 hours like reset all the tick boxes at that point?
I believe it does, yes.
Cool.
And there you can see the damage track to the right. So if one of your pulls is reduced to 0, you tick the impaired box and you get those effects. If 2 of your pulls are reduced to 0, you go to debilitated and you take those effects as well. And then if 3 go to 0, you're taken out or whatever. And I think you can choose to expend effort and wound yourself if you want by dint of heroic effort.
Right. So effort is a cost of points.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay. And then so basically, then what does it mean when it says impaired is +1 effort per level? It means you have to expend an effort, or what?
Right. So when you do expend effort, it costs an extra point. So going back to Jack trying to kick his way out of the car, right? He decides he wants to spend, one level of effort. So that's 3 points from his might pool. Drop it to 5. Say he's got a migraine headache at the moment, so his intellect is 0. So he's impaired. So that increases the cost. It would cost him 4 points from his might to make the same effort.
Ah, I see. Huh. Okay.
Okay.
Interesting. And it's you just have to remember it's 3, 2, 1, basically whenever you're adding additional effort.
It's 3, 2. It's always 2 after the first one.
Oh, okay. 3, then 2, then 2. Okay.
Yeah. But then if your edge is applicable, you take that away.
Oh.
From the cost.
Oh. Is it only when spending like intellect points, or is it like
for an intellect task? So if you were out of intellect points, it would move to speed, and you would reduce your speed points to make the effort.
But you wouldn't be able to use your edge at that point.
Well, you would, because it's an intellect task.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So
Okay.
within the specialization.
Okay. Interesting.
So, I mean, these things all do add complications, but it's not really that complicated once you get the hang of it. It's pretty much all addition and subtraction.
First couple of times, you'll tell us what to do, and then we'll get the hang of it.
Yeah.
So if you look at skills to the right-hand side, they're broken up by category. Right? And you have 3 little tick boxes next to each. So trained reduces the difficulty level by 1, specialized reduces the difficulty level by 2, and I means incapable. So if something you're particularly bad at, for whatever reason, background choices, injuries, whatever, that increases the difficulty level by 1.
Okay.
Ciphers on the far right-hand side. Ciphers are peculiar to the cipher system, and they're meant to be they're meant to be like one-shot items of some kind. So in the first game that was published under the cipher system, it's called Numenera. That's a kind of techno fantasy thing. So they're meant to be like weird technological devices that nobody really understands anymore, but do things. If you're playing a fantasy game, it might be a health potion or things like that.
And in this case, it'd be like Atlantean artifacts and shit like that.
Yeah, or bottle of nano liquid or some
right,
odd things like that. There are also artifacts which are like permanent ciphers, but ciphers normally get burnt up when they're used.
Okay, interesting.
Weapons are hugely simple. Light weapons do 2 damage, but they're easy to use. Medium weapons do 4 damage. Heavy weapons do 6 damage.
Okay, so he's got a baton.
Yeah, a bit of self-defense.
Now, a lot of this, would you say that this system is based on heavy role playing versus, in other words, like the combat is less of a focus on it, and that the role play is more of the focus on this game system?
Yeah, it is a narrative system, but it's there is enough of a system there for defining and differentiating between characters, but it is narrative focused, and that's another part of the reason why I chose it.
Yeah, that makes sense, because when you're trying to make a system that is somewhat close to reality, combat is not something that realistically comes up all that frequently, unless you're just you're a literal soldier in a literal war zone. It's like so being able to make it more role play involved actually does make it a bit more realistic.
Yeah, I mean, you could have
there's still some
rules
bodyguards I can smash up.
Yeah.
Always. And there'll be like men in black and corrupt sheriffs and corporate security guards and shit like that.
Yeah.
So shall we try making some characters?
Yes.
Let's make some characters.
Let's do this.
What kind of character?
All right.
Yeah. What did we have? I know we came up with some ideas for some character classes.
Yeah, but we need to translate them into the system, which is the trick. Okay, so the first thing that you really need to do is think about what kind of character you want to play. What's their concept? What's their thing? What do they do?
Who wants to go first?
Well, I know that so far we kind of had 3 that were roughly kind of put together, and it was kind of like, if you have any ideas, let us know. And so yeah, there's greedy survivalist, there's a psychonaut, investigative reporter, and I really love the gritty survivalist idea, but I don't know, I feel like without some kind of like engineering component or something, like it's gonna be a little less fun to play. Like maybe like I don't know, like I just kept thinking, like, if we're doing steampunk, AetherPunk, like someone's got to be building doodads.
Right.
I don't know. Am I nuts here? Am I?
No,
I'm speaking out my ass.
And I think the survivalist does get like a bonus in some sort of engines, because like good old boys like to tinker with.
Well, yeah,
engines,
it's going to be a good old boy that makes a pipe bomb and a
okay,
that's a
I like that. Because I'm thinking like, because I'm just thinking like gritty survivalist would have to be like kind of blended in with some kind of engineering, because he wouldn't trust people to come to her house to work on shit. She wants to do it all herself.
Yeah.
What about more of an off the grid survivalist?
Right.
So you got to keep your generator running. You got to keep your old pickup running.
That's the prepper type.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, that's entirely the type that we have in mind, where you got their own like zombie alarm, like it's just cool.
Right.
So I would say that's like half ranger, half tech, because there's like the survivalist aspect.
Own cornets and all right now.
Why don't we have just a tech? I mean, we obviously, I just like, I didn't consider some of the more basic ideas, but like any kind of spacefaring possible, like rockets, science, like you got to have like a.
Well, that's a different kind of engineer. So
you gotta have that.
There's an engineer, right, like who's going to be like technological, but then there's somebody who's going to have like, and it's a completely different skill set, really.
Listen, Richard, please. I think you're overthinking this just a little bit, because when I was thinking about it, I'm like, sure, we could specialize this engineer, or we could treat it like a TV doctor, where like I've only ever been a veterinarian, but sure, I can do open heart surgery right now on this plane. Why not?
Roll for it.
I'm the only one here. Yeah.
And then there's the basement dweller techie, which is like entirely like a soft boy, but he will.
That's what I was thinking. In other words, like you got somebody who's going to be
need someone who's like a rocket,
like high technology was going to be, and then there's going to be a good old boy,
also a fighter pilot.
Like
fly and do it.
Okay.
Like a jack shot.
In other words, a gritty survivalist who's going to have all these. He's worked on engines his whole life. He gets
location bonuses.
I'm ready.
He knows all that kind
Okay.
of shit. Now, he might not be digging in a computer.
No.
But
Somebody else will be doing that. Oh
right.
shit. You
I
can
don't know,
also
them devil boxes.
you can kind of see
All
it
right.
as Fallout too. And in Fallout they have speech, engineering, hacking. So it's like various. So some of them are more body based, others are more like brain based. So that would be, I think, a cool paths to sort of consider the characters
Yeah.
along.
I was
So-
wondering if that'd be confusing things, making it like a multi-class, or we're just gonna build the gritty survivalist like this.
Well, classes aren't that restrictive, so they're fairly open for you to create them how you want. So there's 4 basic character types that you can play. So the name is just a description. You can change the name if you want. So there's warriors, so people who are primarily good at fighting, or soldiering. Adepts, who are the more sort of mystical side. There's explorers, who are kind of like rogues for this system in a lot of ways. Speakers, who are the face man, the
bard,
charismatic side. Yeah, the bard.
All right. Okay, so that's the cipher system typically has that's a kind of 4 major archetypes. You know, why I'm thinking about divisions is just because it's nice to have specialized characters that people can play.
But you can totally do generalized as long as it fits. There'll be some loose prerequisites, but
right. And so
I'm thinking.
Stepping on each other here. Go ahead, man.
Okay, I was just going to say, for your survivalist, probably warrior or explorer is going to be the best bet. Now, we can probably create, our own versions of these and maybe come up with some other archetypes. But for the time being. That. So, do you think you're primarily someone who likes to fight, or someone who's more of a jack of all trades? Sort of explorer rogue type.
I feel like jack of all trades. Like the gritty survivalist might be a little bit more like aggressive warrior type, but at the end of the day, they're more jack of all trades for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you can make choices that lean you back towards the more sort of fighty side. Okay, so your role then, your type is explorer, but again, you can call it whatever you like. The examples they give here for modern versions of explorer are athlete, explorer, adventurer, drifter, detective, scholar, spelunker, trailblazer, investigative reporter. Those are the kind of things they suggest.
And I got a thing here. It says the explorer is a person of action and physical ability, fearlessly facing the unknown and strange, exotic, and dangerous places. Explorers are physical, but also probably knowledgeable. Although explorers can be academics or well-studied, they are first and foremost interested in action. They face grave dangers and terrible obstacles as a routine part of life. Adventurers, rogue drifters, reporters, and detectives are among the concepts based on the explorer type.
Okay, so a lot of we're going to be pretty explorer
Indiana
heavy
Jones,
in
then, Get the full Indiana. Okay, we ball.
So
get me out of my little fucking.
So explorers.
Yeah,
explorers get access to a few little special abilities. These are called intrusions, and they all cost 1 experience point.
It makes me giggle every time, honestly. I'll show you.
So the first one is called fortuitous malfunction. So you can choose to spend an experience point to cause a trap or something else dangerous to malfunction and break instead of hurting you.
Cool.
So you could, if someone's got a gun to your head, you could even spend that to be able to duck out the way, or hit the button to make the magazine drop out, or maybe it just misfires.
Yeah, Jason and disassemble that gun.
I spit in the barrel and make it unable to fire.
And if you trod on a bear trap, maybe it's an old rusty one that just falls apart instead of mangling you. Those sorts of things.
Hey. Okay.
Okay, so the second intrusion for explorers is called serendipitous landmark. You'll find they like their $5 words in this book.
Dipitous landmark.
So you can spend an XP to immediately figure out where you are in a landscape or something, just to see a notable landmark that's somehow useful.
Oh, that's cool.
And the last one is called Weak Strain. So if you're poisoned or catch a disease, turns out you're mostly immune. So it only does half damage that it would otherwise do.
So we're not doing sexy time, but we can roleplay sexy time. How big of a slut are you going to be if you cannot catch STD? If you're forever immune to anything and everything?
Stand a point there.
I'll take my chances.
I mean, it does sound like they don't believe in contraception or
You got strong genes, man. You got strong genes,
If the Lord wants it to happen, it happens.
Jesus takes the wheel. Actually, you do get bonuses for speaking with a regional accent of choice. That I did write that because I didn't do that in Warhammer, the other one. I was reading some of the rules, and this might have been like an older version of it, but it said that for a particular army, if you show up with like a handlebar mustache, you get points. For another army, if you say huzzah, every time something happens, you get points. So they made you roleplay and rewarded you. So I kind of dig that for the shy babies like me who need help sort of doing the role play thing. If it doesn't come naturally, sort of acquiring it for points, I think it'd be a useful.
So you're saying there's a reason? There is actually a reason to not wax my mustache, then? Okay.
Okay.
Cosplaying is so fun. You can add mascara to your mustache, and it could be like a whole thing.
There we go.
As an explorer, you start with a might pool of 10, a speed pool of 9, and an intellect pool of 9.
Oh, look at me.
And then you can add 6 points as you wish amongst those.
Oh, shit.
I'm going to bring the page back up so we can just sort of see it here.
Right, because I'm just gonna be writing in my own stuff.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm literally making my own little character sheet. Excuse you.
Hi, Stephen.
Yeah, I'm making my own character sheet.
With blackjack and hookers.
Yeah. Or is there like a fillable PDF version of that, and then we can?
Yes, I did upload the empty version as well.
Okay, I'll drop that in the
chat.
On the chat real quick.
Yeah, we can doc copy it or whatever and fill stuff in, and then just pull it up on our spell books.
Yeah.
Yo.
Let's see. Where was that?
And printing.
Okay, so when you
printing it out is so old school. I love it. Pen paper D&D, as it used to be called.
So when you're done spreading those 6 points out, as an explorer, you also get an effort of 1, a might edge of 1. Your cipher limit is 2.
Okay.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna just go ahead and spread my 6 points evenly across the 3. So might is 12, speed is and intellect are 11.
Okay. Cool. Let's see.
Where's my...
So. So you're not skilled in them, but you can use light and medium weapons with no penalty. But you have an inability with heavy weapons. I think what we'll do is we'll do each step one at a time with each of you. So this is just the first step for type. Okay, so
we'll drop the character sheet in our group chat in Discord.
Right, as a starting character, you also get to choose 4 special abilities. You can swap some of these with different ones if you want. I'm just seeing if there's anything. No, there aren't any useful guidance. So, this is probably a good enough list. So, some of the special abilities you can choose are Block, Danger Sense, Decipher, Endurance, Find the Way, Fleet of Foot, Improved Edge, Knowledge Skills, Muscles of Iron, No Need for Weapons, Physical Skills, Practiced in Armor, Practiced with all weapons, Surging Confidence, and Trained without armor. Now, if you want to be a technical type, you probably want to take at least knowledge skills.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay.
one sec.
Skills.
So, if you take knowledge skills, that means you can be trained in 2 things. Now, there's no real definitive skill list. So, you could say like auto repair or off the grid technology. You get to pick 2 things that you're trained in.
Okay. Yeah, I think off the grid technology, that sounds smart. Off grid tech.
Yeah.
And let's see. Something else would be really useful.
So that'd be things like generators, small power windmills, solar cells, those sorts of things, water purifiers, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I think I'd also like to be knowledgeable more in the realm of conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
Just like be aware of
Q-pilled alert.
Yeah.
Your clearances, security clearances Q.
Okay, so that would be an intellect skill. We'll just call it conspiracy theories, and you're trained in that.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
Trains
and you're
everyone.
off the grid tech is an intellect skill as well.
Okay, beautiful.
Okay, so and you get to choose 3 more things. So did anything out of that list that I read out grab your fancy?
There was 2. I was trying to hold my thoughts till the end, but then they always disappear in the end.
Do you want me to read through them again?
Yes, please, and I'll jot it down this time.
Okay.
Yeah, is there a reference
More
book
than
that we can
expected.
use to look through?
There is a system reference document, but it doesn't have everything in it, so it's not actually that helpful here because it's meant for
need
you
our
to build
guide.
your own game on. So yeah. Right, Block, Danger Sense, Decipher, Endurance, Find the Way, Fleet of Foot, Improved Edge, Knowledge Skills, Muscles of Iron, No Need for Weapons, Physical Skills, Practiced in Armor.
Okay. All right, I got it.
Okay.
Danger Sense, Find the Way, Improved Edge.
Okay, so one at a time. Danger Sense. 1, 2, 4. Danger Sense. Okay. Using Danger Sense costs you 1 speed point. Your initiative rolls are eased by 1 level. So it lets you act faster and have more chance of acting before any bad guys there might be.
Beauty.
So what was the second one?
Find the Way.
Find the Way. That's on page 140.
I've been reading maps for fun.
Memorizing the terrain. Never know.
Find the Way. Okay. When you apply effort to any navigation task, you get a free level of effort. So you drop the difficulty by 1. So when you apply 1 effort, you get 2 effort.
Okay.
And the third one?
Improved Edge.
Okay, I think that's just what it says. Improved Edge 151. Improved Edge. Choose one of your edge stats that is 0 and put it up to 1.
Oh, aren't they all 1?
No,
Oh,
it was only your speed edge that was 1. No, hang on. No, your might edge was 1, and the others were 0.
okay. All right, then let's go ahead and add an edge to intellect. I want to surprise y'all.
Heck yeah.
Okie doke. Right, so that's that first bit done for you. So that is your type sorted. Who wants to go next?
I think I kind of figured out what I want. It's gonna be crazy.
Right.
What do you want?
I want to be adept.
Okay, so you want to be a mystic.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
So what are you thinking? What's your character concept?
Well, I'm not entirely sure because I was kind of expecting us to have like our entirely unique and own character classes, but since we're kind of are necessitated to stick with some version of
Yeah,
cipher
this is
system.
exploratory. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That's fine. Because so in other words, I'm not sure what is possible here will meet what our game can provide in terms of like woo and touched, for instance, like that's not gonna be a thing unless there are those Celtic leprechauns where they're like, don't move that rock, the fairies will get mad. So, and also I really enjoyed Lost Girl. It was a fun show where the whole concept was that the entirety of the fairy realm is real and coexists with us. It's kind of like a VTM masquerade situation, which I'm always eager to pull more of that into it.
Maybe part of the there's Brill Ya who've been screwing with us for a long time that are not supposed. They're the ones who are not supposed to. Or
and don't they have wings?
Yes, they're actually very angelic looking.
Right. Oh, better angels, totally. So the adept masters powers or abilities outside the experience, understanding, and sometimes beliefs of others. Oh my God, I know what I want to be. They might be magic, psychic powers, mutant abilities, or just a wide variety of intricate devices depending on the setting. So you could be like a tinkerer.
Or you might just be a delusional hippie who's taken too much DMT. That's always possible.
That's also a possibility.
Adepts are usually thoughtful, intelligent types. They often think carefully before acting and rely heavily on their supernatural abilities. Wizards, psychics, clerics, scions, occultists, and fey-touch character concepts are based on the adept type.
Yep.
So I want to be a remote viewer working for like a CIA company type thing. Yes.
So okay. So Russell Targ and Output
McGonagall.
McGonagall.
Okay.
I know.
So
I talked to her. She's my cat.
Actually,
so you
something like that.
McMonagle. Sorry, we're talking about actual like remote viewers. And stuff.
Okay, so your type is adept, though again you can change the name, but it means the same thing. So psychic could be what you choose for that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, your might starts at 7. Your speed starts at 9.
Hell yeah. I run track.
And your intellect starts at 12.
Hell yeah.
Okay, and then you get 6 extra points to put where you want.
Okay. Should we decide that right now? I guess I do.
Yes.
Okay, you got it. So I've decided that part of my upbringing as a type, well, like type A kind of person, because like in some way I did end up in military or CIA or some sort of thing. So there was like intelligence, fast track, school honors, whatever bullshit. And so part of that, and you need athletics. So being a track star, I want to spend my points mostly towards int and a little bit towards speed. So maybe like 3 points in speed. That'll take me up to 12 in that. And that's like literal physical speed, yeah?
Yep.
Okay.
Agility, reflexes, fine motor control, that sort of thing.
And what exactly is might per se?
Strength, toughness, constitution. Yeah, big muscles like Vixen.
Oh, fuck no.
Yeah.
See?
Muscle mommy Vixen. I can be
a unit.
Wait, can you have guns on
big unit?
I'll put
An
these away.
Love that. So I will also then have my might stay where it is. Being a runner, I can't really have that much upper body
So you put the other 3 into intellect?
The other
You
3
used-
into intellect. Yeah.
All right, 15.
Groovy. All right.
There we go.
Your effort is 1, and your tier is 1. Everyone's tier is 1. 0
Like a
XP at the moment.
Or no?
Yeah.
Like what tier 1? What does that mean?
That's your level.
It's like level, kind of. That's what it's closest to.
Access.
Okay. You have an intellect edge of 1.
Okay.
And the other edge is 0.
So in this area up here at the top, because I'm trying to fill it out for her as she's going along.
Yeah, I'm also writing it down here.
She is a descriptor of type something.
Yeah. So at the moment we're doing type. So that would be adept or psychic or remote viewer, however you want to phrase it.
Okay. Let's go with adept so we know the
Yeah.
right now. Yeah.
What's a descriptor then? Do we put that in? Where's like a psychic remote viewer?
Well, we don't need to get into that yet. It's just you don't have to use the official language to describe your type. You can do other things.
Yeah. For right now,
right.
to keep from confusion, I think we're gonna just use that for now.
Now you get some special abilities similar to what Vixen had that are called intrusions. These are the things that cost an experience point.
Yeah.
I normally put them in special abilities, but
Right.
mark them separately so we know that they're intrusions. Okay, so your first intrusion is advantageous malfunction. So that works the same way as the Explorer one. Spend an XP and someone's device or something goes wrong or a trap doesn't trigger, whatever.
I don't know how it's advantageous, apparently. Right.
OUS? Isn't it? Oh, no.
Doesn't
It's
look like
actually it's
all 3 of them.
It's EOUS? That
It's
just
all
looks
of them.
weird.
It's all of them.
GEOUS. Advantageous malfunction.
It's every
Every time I put it in there,
every
it's
single
like,
level that exists.
So it's kind of like what you do to all our streams anyway, but it's under your control.
Hell yeah. This is disadvantageous malfunction. That'll be
Yeah.
maybe it'll let me
The-
channel.
The second intrusion that you have access to is called Convenient Idea,
Oh yeah.
which
Like flash of
provides you a flash of insight. Yeah. And your third intrusion is called Inexplicably Unbroken.
Now that she definitely
that-
had.
Unbroken though.
So that allows you to temporarily reactivate something that is busted in some way.
Yeah, no, that's basically her luck.
Oh yeah, I do have that one.
She's inexplicably unbroken all the time.
Yeah.
I'm like, how is that not utterly destroyed right now? I
Yeah.
don't get it.
So the inverse gremlin power, I guess.
Yeah.
You could call it.
I liked your iPod that was left. Now we found it, and much later, computers come back to life after being dead for a while.
Yeah, it's weird.
I drop
Okay.
it all the time. It's fine. That's why I never learned.
And these all take 1 XP.
Those all take 1 XP to invoke. Yeah. All right. You can use light weapons with no penalty.
Okay.
Where do I put that on her sheet?
I would put it under skills. Under speed, probably for light weapons.
Okay.
Not Luigi weapons.
Yeah.
Not Luke weapons either. No, the Celtic sun god has no place.
Like Cameron typed like
His
this as
his keyboard sucks on that laptop. It's like weirdly small, so like the letters aren't where you think they are. I hate using that laptop.
Yeah.
Like I don't understand why my fingers don't work.
Okay, you don't tick any boxes for that. But then put medium and heavy weapons under might.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So that's the top section.
Yep.
So medium and heavy weapons,
Calm the fuck on.
and tick the third box, the eye.
On both of those?
Yeah.
Okay.
So So you can't use those kind of weapons very well at all.
But here, the bonus kick on the light weapons.
Nothing, because you got no bonus, no penalty.
Got it.
All right. So you then get to choose 4 special capabilities.
Mhm.
I will go through the lists slowly, maybe jot down which ones you're interested in, and I can give you more details.
Yep.
So, distortion, erase memories, fast step, hedge magic, magic training, onslaught, push, resonance field, scan, shatter, ward, and that's it. But we could probably substitute something.
That feels like a lot of really interesting options. So can I'm actually probably going to need you to explain all of them except the magic ones. I'm thinking of leaving that alone. But so what is this?
Distortion
I
page.
love your shirt is perfect for this. It's so
Thank you.
Like
It says peace. Mir.
okay. It's
Love it.
Russian conspiracy theorists stuff.
Ooh,
Just for the occasion.
hang on a sec. There might be something perfect for your distance viewing. I just need to look it up.
Okay, so step, that feels like shadow step. I think I'm gonna what?
See, I
They might ignore
intentionally
that.
decided to be extra cute for episode 0 so that when I'm ready to be in character, it's as shocking as it can be.
Fuck yeah. I love how your mind thinks.
Yeah.
Yes.
Resonance game. Oh, they sound really interesting. So push makes me think I could be like Bene Gesserit type.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right. So distortion.
Mentats need to be in the
Distortion
purple.
costs 2 intellect points, and you change how someone reflects light for 1 minute. So it can hide people in darkness, partially bend light around them, turn them into a blur, makes them harder to hit.
Neat. So the second one is memory wipe.
Memory wipe.
I might, if it sounds self-explanatory, I might.
Oh, erase memories. 1, 3, 6.
Yeah.
That costs 3 intellect points.
Mm-hmm.
You reach into the mind of a creature within immediate range and make an intellect roll. If you succeed, you erase up to the last 5 minutes of their memory.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to put a pin in that. What is onslaught? That sounds scary.
Onslaught 167.
See, I'm probably gonna get erase memory. I'm just gonna put a pin in it because there are still like 6 other options to consider.
Onslaught costs 1 intellect point,
Okay, right.
and you assail a target, either their body or their mind. You choose which. It does 4 points of damage.
Okay. What is push? Yeah, my deck.
Push. That is page 178.
Erase memory is a pretty heavy cost.
Yeah.
3 hands, though.
No, it's not. It must be page 170. Push.
I wonder if I can find them on this website.
Push costs 2 intellect points. You telekinetically push a creature or object in any direction you wish. You must be able to see the target, which must be your size or smaller, must not be affixed to anything, and must be within short range. The push is quick, and the force is too crude to be manipulated, so you can't use this to pull a lever or close a door. You can just shove something around with your mind.
So it's like a minor telekinetic burst.
Right. Borrow a trick. What about resonance?
Resonance field.
Okay.
Costs 1 intellect point. Basically surrounds you with a telekinetic shield that blocks incoming attacks.
It's kind of cool. What's scan?
Scan.
Literally shatter, probably.
Costs 2 intellect points. You scan an area close by to you. It reveals information about the target that you're scanning that the games master feels is pertinent. So about matter, energy, level of enemies, that sort of thing.
Is shattered literally like kind of like push where you shatter something with your mind?
Let's see.
I definitely that's the hard remote viewer thing.
Shatter costs 2 or more intellect points. You interrupt the fundamental force holding together normal matter for a moment, causing it to detonate. A small mundane item composed of homogeneous matter, such as a cup, an iron ingot, a stone, and so on, explodes in an immediate radius, dealing 1 point of damage to everything within the area. You can expend effort to increase the amount of damage. Now...
Yeah, I hadn't realized there was so much already available in the way of like magic system and things like that in the...
Not all of it's suitable for us, so...
Yeah, exactly.
We'll have to change some things. Given your character background, some sort of supernatural senses might be an idea. So there's some more options there.
Well, I feel like scan is very because remote viewers need to sort of be told of a location and then they project their consciousness to it. So I feel like scan and having like maybe more abilities within it would be super cool as like my subtype of adept.
Yeah. As we're going along here, Grim, just a side note here. We might want to spend some time thinking about how much we want it to be supernatural. In other words, like there's a level of supernatural that we can add to it that's like, I want to add the fun of supernatural, but I also want to like not break the believability too much.
Right.
For the because if we're going to use present day as a generator of a lot of the stuff going on here, the stuff going on in the future, well, we could just say, technological advance, the knowledge of the ether, all that sort of stuff suddenly unlocks a lot of things. And even for having magic in the present day, we could say, oh, well, 2012, the whole thing with the Mayans, they were actually right. There was this huge shift. all the shit turned on. The magic has been actually happening in the background since 2012, and most people just don't know about
the Mayan calendar thing did happen.
Right, it actually happened. So it's like, we just didn't know, and like there's all these people who've awakened with certain powers or
it's the end of the old world, the start of the new.
Exactly.
Age of Aquarius.
Right. That's exactly the age of Aquarius. Started with 2012, and it's like, and it's the cycle that these.
Finally, we're out of the Kali Yuga. God damn it, we've been waiting for this for so long.
The ether machines from millions of years ago are starting back up, and that's how some of us are suddenly accessing these powers that were only just barely there before, and something like that.
So I just have one more. What is ward? And then I'm pretty much I know what I want.
Okay. So ward.
And can you ever get more of these, or?
Yes, you can.
And what are they called? Or they're not intrusion. Are these are
no?
Separate
these are special abilities.
Special abilities.
Ward, you create a shield of magical, occult, or psychic energy around yourself that helps deflect attacks.
So how's that different from resonance?
Resonance can hurt the person attacking you, but isn't as powerful as ward.
Okay. Well, I definitely
So we need to have something that reflects your remote viewing sort of idea.
Right.
Now, there's one called distance viewing, but it's not accessible to you at first tier. So I will just have a look at that and see if we can create a lower powered version of it.
Which is the scan, right?
When you read scan, that kind of seemed like
but that's in your local area.
Yeah.
So
that would be a good beginner level 1, and then we can graduate to the
you just started training as a remote viewer. You know, you just
fresh out of
start at level 1.
Fresh out of Quantico or whatever.
well, that's the way you can do it if you want. So the closest thing they've got to remote viewing is called distance viewing, but it's way too powerful. So let me just check something else quickly.
Because I can upgrade to it.
Okay. All right. So there is another power called premonition, which is available at first level.
Okay.
So you learn one random fact about a creature, person, or location that is pertinent to a topic that you designate. So that would be a good substitute for remote viewing at basic level.
Right. Random.
So you should probably take that in place of one of the other things you like the sound of.
Okay. Can you read scan to me again and see the
Hi, Brad.
Also, what is the cost of the intellect cost of premonition?
Premonition costs 2 intellect points.
2, same as the other one. Okay.
Yeah, a scan was the other one you wanted me to
I just want to figure out which one of them might be better.
Okay. See, these kind of sensory powers and premonitions and things, they're low impact on the game. So that's the kind of occult thing we can include with no problem. So scan costs 2 intellect points. You scan an area in size up to a 10-foot cube, including all objects and creatures within that area. And I, as the games master, tell you anything I think is pertinent about those people, creatures, or objects.
Versus knowing one thing about a person, animal, or area.
Yeah, of course you can spend the points multiple times, and you've got edge in intellect, don't you?
Yeah, 1 edge.
Yeah. So that will reduce the costs of doing these things as well, I think. I will have
3?
to double check that.
Or
it'll be by 1. It would be.
1. So I do rely on the GM mercy, I guess in both cases, because in the other case you also find out a random fact. How big is a 10-foot radius? Is that what you said?
That's 10-foot cube, or that's 3 meters across each side, roughly.
It's a fairly small area.
Yeah. Small room.
It was just occurring to me as part of the lore in the game, if you have anything that is basically what we think of as supernatural, that the government has been long keeping an eye on using every bit of their supernatural weaponry, people, trainees, etc. And to find anyone who has it. So in other words, you have to either have been you've been committed before because you weren't easy to control, or something where that part of your history is that you automatically draw, if you have any kind of supernatural ability, you automatically draw the attention of
that's why I was recruited by
the fucking with
you. Well, I mean, petroleum companies and mineral rights companies hire dowsers and remote viewers as well. So you don't have to go the CIA type route.
Yeah, that's true. That makes sense. If you
could go to the corporate, you could freelance. So I think because I like the idea of knowing about a precise location. So I think I'll stick with scan on that one, and that'll be 2 int. So I'll make sure I'll mark that down. And then I definitely want erase memory, because that seems useful as something to train in for various reasons.
Yeah. So that was
3 int. It's pricey.
Yeah, but it's quite powerful.
It's like up
so
to
you
an
can-
hour. You said maybe of the past hour they can just.
It's a raise up to 5 minutes of memory.
Okay, so where should I put this on her sheet? What is it that she's selected?
Be
Sorry?
special abilities
Okay.
underneath the intrusions.
So I've scanned and erased memory so far. And then onslaught seems interesting, but it's like and 4 damage is good. But I'm also curious about shatter. Because you said it's 1 damage of any item, but it can be amplified by spending what now?
By spending more points. Yeah. So you can put
Which
more
one?
effort into it to make it explode more.
Points of int.
Yes, points of intellect.
So I concentrate really, really hard. So should I get something that's like psychic or physical damage for 4 on one person, or like shrapnel, explosive shit? Get
There is another option with Onslaught. You can choose to do mental harm instead, and then
Right.
it does 2 damage directly to intellect, but ignores any armor that they might have.
So I can make them stupid?
Yes.
Or confused.
Love it.
Yeah, you can definitely make them confused.
Yes, that's daily occurrence. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get onslaught and resonance then.
Okay, so Onslaught, that was page 167.
1 int.
Onslaught, 1 intellect point. Attack a foe doing either 4 physical damage or 2 mental damage, ignoring armor. So we could say that when you do physical damage to an enemy, you're like racking their nervous system, making their muscles twitch, having them spasm and hurt themselves.
I know all the right
and
spots.
when you-
Right. Surgical precision.
Yeah, and then when you're doing mental damage, you're just causing brainstorms and screwing with their brain. Right, and then resonance was the other one, wasn't it?
Yep.
Is that all of them then?
Oh, that's 4.
Okay, so scan, erase memory, onslaught, and resonance. I didn't write down the
Resonance
stuff
is 1
on
int.
the anything but onslaught so far.
Okay, I can give you scan is 2 int, and then it's a 10-foot location.
And what's it do?
He tells me about the 10-foot location of interest and everything in it,
And is
including
it
animals and-
within a certain range, or you just pick an area?
Within line of sight, pick an area.
Okay.
So
Hold on a second. If it's within line of sight, then that's not very remote. So is that why you wanted me to take the
Right.
premonition?
premonition. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Because it could be
was-
anywhere on that one. Just something I dream out or like decide on and ask you about.
Yeah. Hang on a sec.
Sure.
So the int here is the
So I
cost,
might
right?
take
so,
premonition
so
then.
scan is 2 int.
I might change
I
that
might change it.
Mhm. because line of sight kind of did not realize it's crucial detail. I can tell you about erase memory.
So there is a specific remote viewing one as well as the distance viewing that I saw, but premonition is the closest capability to remote viewing at low level.
Okay, so we're going to scan.
Yeah, we're going to premonition. I think it's also 2 int, but don't quote me on it.
I will double check. Premonition, 2 intellect points. Yeah.
What's it do?
I pick a location.
Learn 1 fact about a place or thing.
Or animal or whatever.
Yeah.
Download the info
Stop.
to my brain.
Okay.
Premonition, erase memory, onslaught, and resonance. Okay,
Yep.
so resonance.
So erase memory for you is 3 int.
3 int. What did it do?
It erases up to 5 minutes of their memory. And then resonance is 1 int, I believe. And that I get a shield.
Yeah, resonance, 1 intellect point. Whenever someone makes a close combat attack against you, you can make an intellect defense roll to ward them off, and it may hurt them.
Yee. So thorn shield, thorn mail.
Yeah.
Psychic
So
thorn.
we can tie that into your other power. So if anyone gets too close to you, you can disrupt their nervous system and hurt them or stop them being able to attack you.
Yeah, it seems like it
All
goes.
right. And it's It's
One.
one int.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet. Seems like it goes with onslaught in a nice way.
Yeah.
Well, in a race,
Okay.
all of it is very. My kit is tight.
So, Richard, what were you thinking?
All right, so we have like these. Let me finish writing this. But we've got like 3 major
Four.
archetypes.
Warrior,
major.
Explorer, Adept, and Talker. Speaker.
Okay, so far we've got 1 explorer, correct?
And 1 Adept.
Yeah.
Then we
and
have
one adept.
Warrior and Speaker left.
Let's try a speaker archetype then.
Speaker
okay.
wields words, influence, and leadership. Speakers are smart and charismatic. They like people, and more important, they understand them. This helps speakers get others to do what needs to be done. Bards, diplomats, leaders, priests, and mesmerists are all based on the speaker type.
Cool.
Mesmer.
Let me finish writing what Resonance does for her.
I just when somebody attacks me, makes a close combat attack.
Okay.
I go
Yeah,
blue.
you defend yourself using intellect, and if you get a special success, they get hurt.
So it has to be like a melee attack.
How much damage?
1 point normally.
Just a little.
Better run now.
But does it block damage?
Not directly, no. It makes it harder for them to hurt you.
Well, and hold on a second. Can you read word again in that case, please?
Ward gave you a point of armor when you activate.
Right, because I might actually want that specifically.
Okay.
I didn't realize resonance. I thought it was both. I thought it was armor but
Well,
for 1 int,
it lets you defend yourself using your best stat and can hurt them, whereas Ward just reduces the amount of damage you take.
But I feel like I could use onslaught for that. And use my intellect to hurt them while also. But I guess you expend intellect in either case.
Yeah, I'm just looking up Ward for you. No, Ward is free.
Right. So yeah, I
It
might.
gives you +1 armor.
What do you think? Resonance or ward?
One.
I mean,
I'm trying to.
Ward is always on and would increase your survivability. Plus, it stacks with any other armor.
Yeah, I really like having a passive.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a passive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's always
It's
on.
free. It's always on.
Oh, that's.
I kind of want it.
That's fucking sweet. Right
Okay,
there.
I'll write it in.
Okay,
So,
so
erase
it's
resonance. Yeah, just ward. That's
Ward.
it. Just ward.
What did it do again?
Just ward.
Ward, 1 armor.
One armor all times. Just...
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
I have an electric field of don't fuck with me. It's actually my icy, unlikable demeanor. That type A runner personality where I run away from my problems. And I have a resting bitch face.
So you ready for your stuff now, Rich?
Sure.
Okay, so as a speaker, you start with 8 might, 9 speed, and 11 intellect.
So 8, 9, and 11.
Yeah. And then you get 6 extra points to put where you want.
9, not 8.
Oops.
Mhm.
11. Okay.
Get 6.
I'm gonna specialize in intellect. Let's go to 17.
You really understand people.
Yeah, well, that makes sense, right, for a speaker.
Okay, so your effort is 1. Your intellect edge is 1. Your other edges is 0.
So 1, 1, 0?
Yeah. Well, no, your intellect is 1.
Oh,
Your speed and might are at 0. So as it was.
Oh, I see. Sorry.
It's okay. You can carry 2 ciphers.
2? Oh, it is.
Yeah. So cipher limit is 2. So weapons wise, you can use light weapons with no penalty. So that's the same as it already is in this version of the sheet. So that's fine as it is. And you have the same inability with medium and heavy weapons.
Okay.
So that's the same. Okay, your intrusions, which are the XP cost things. You have friendly NPC.
What's that?
Spends an experience point, and someone who you encounter either takes a liking to you, or someone who likes you turns up to help.
Heck yeah.
Cool.
So it's like in Assassin's Creed, you can call a fellow assassin.
The second one is called Perfect Suggestion. So a follower or an already friendly NPC suggests a course of action, which sets you on the right path.
Okay.
And the last one is Unexpected Gift. An NPC hands you a physical gift you were not expecting. One that helps put the situation at ease or provides new insight or something. Could be as minor as someone buying you a drink or loaning you their car or whatever.
So it's there's 3 intrusions then.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Now your special abilities. The main choices here are Anecdote, Babble, Demeanor of Command, Encouragement, Enthrall, Erase Memories, Fast Talk, Inspire Aggression, Interaction Skills, Practiced with Medium Weapons, Spin Identity, Terrifying Presence, and Understanding.
Well, right off the bat, I like Understanding and what was the other one? Spin Identity. So Spin Identity.
Okay. Spin Identity. Okay, Spin Identity costs 2 or more intellect points. You convince someone or multiple people that you are someone or something other than what you actually are. So you could say, I'm from the government. I'm here to help. And you spend your points for that, and like the local sheriff or whoever will believe you, at least temporarily, until you start acting weird and doing things they don't like.
So very Assassin's Creed. Don't climb random buildings and try in full view of the guards.
Or if you were stopped by the cops because you just done something naughty earlier, you could convince the cop that pulled you over that you're not who they're looking for. Things like that.
These are not the droids you're looking for.
Exactly. Understanding you were interested in?
Yes.
So
You're interested in understanding, I hear.
Understanding costs 1 intellect point. You can observe or study a creature or object, and your next interaction with that creature or object is reduced by 1 difficulty level. So it allows you to grok things with fullness.
Cool. I might have to change that to grok. All right. Now the other ones. Can you read some of the descriptions out for me?
It involves a lot of flipping, but I can.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're not all together. He has to go ability by ability. So maybe reading the list again and seeing what jumps
I
out.
can pick up.
Okay, so yeah, to narrow it down. Okay.
I wrote down literally all of them, so but it was a small
Anecdote, Babel.
Oh, what is Babel?
Demeanor. Let's see. It's 112. After hearing a language spoken for a few minutes, you can speak it on a basic level and make yourself understood. If you continue to use the language to interact with native speakers, your skills improve rapidly to the point where you might be mistaken for a native speaker after just a few hours of speaking the new language.
And is that passive or?
It doesn't cost anything. It's just
Yeah,
That's a pretty good one.
I like that.
What was the anecdote?
Anecdote. Costs 2 intellect points. You can lift the spirits of a group and help them bond together by entertaining them with an uplifting or pointed anecdote.
Jesus
So you
tells
tell
them a parable,
stories.
and they were healed.
You tell stories for an hour, perhaps over a snifter of brandy, and those who pay attention to your story become temporarily trained in a task that you choose that's related to the anecdote.
Hell
As
yeah!
long as
That's
it's
a hell of
not an
guidance. Holy shit!
so long as it's not an attack or defense roll.
Huh. Okay, so I can basically teach. It's not just anecdote; it's teaching.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I like that also. So let me. Okay, so let's hear some of the others. So far, I like teaching and babbling.
Yeah. So there was
They seem to go
demeanor of
together.
command, encouragement, enthrall, erase memories, fast talk, inspire aggression, interaction skills, practiced with medium weapons. You already took spin identity, terrifying presence.
How about fast
And
talk? What's that one do?
fast talk. Okay. So as we progress, I am going to go through all of these abilities and pick the ones that are actually the most appropriate for us.
Right.
Make lists and customize some of them. Fast talk costs 1 intellect point. When speaking with an intelligent being that can understand you and isn't hostile, you convince that creature to take 1 reasonable action in the next round. So you can convince someone to do something that's within their remit by assaulting them with blather.
Just real quick, guys, I didn't realize I was muted and I was dropping some fire jokes in the chat. So if you could just like laugh,
Okay.
that'd be great for me. Thank you. Thank you.
Glad to be of service.
We're already there.
Yeah, I was just saying, damn, Rich is just like these skills. They're describing my whole life. Please explain them more. Babble, fast talk, anecdote. Let's go.
I like
have to create a killer bangs trait just for you as well.
So let's see. Yeah, the fast talk, I like that. And the yeah, man, this is all really good. I'm just not sure if I want babble or if I want the anecdote. So anecdote, does that have cost?
Anecdote costs 2 intellect points when you use it.
Okay, and babble costs nothing. Fast talk, it also has a cost.
I think that was 1.
Okay. Yeah, anecdote seems like it might be of limited use. Though I do like it, but yeah, I think I'm gonna stick with fast talk and babble. So what's fast talk do?
So fast talk, when speaking with an intelligent creature that isn't hostile, you can convince them to do something that's within their remit.
Okay.
Even if they probably shouldn't.
And that costs what again?
1 intellect point.
Okay. And then babble is just conversing language.
You pick up languages super quick.
Pick up language. How fast? I was like crazy.
It's like within like a conversation, like 10 minutes, you have a basic understanding, and then like as hours pass, you become more fluent.
After hearing a language spoken for just a few minutes, you can make yourself understood in a basic way. And then if you continue to use the language to interact with native speakers, your skills improve rapidly to the point where you might well be mistaken for a native speaker after just a few hours of speaking the new language.
Wait, babe, are you a spy?
Right?
Polyglot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right.
Always seem to know everyone. Always seem to know someone, no matter where you go. Always got a buddy.
Love it. Okay.
It's gonna be helpful when we meet lizard people.
So
literally a spy.
Yeah, this is entirely what this is.
It's literally a spy.
I just accidentally created a spy bill.
Oh my god. Archer, why?
So before we move on to the next bit, you need to decide two things: how you kind of got involved in all this weirdness, possibly how you got to know each other, and also something from your background. There are random tables if you want to roll for background stuff, but the
That's
other
fun.
part
Oh,
you have
that
to
could be
decide.
fun.
Right?
If you want to roll randomly, roll a d20 and I'll tell you what it says.
What are some of
Okay.
the as we go through that, what are some of the options? As Vixen, I guess, rolls, we'll find out a little bit more about them.
Well, yeah.
Hell yeah.
But as an explorer, your background hooks could be you went to a prestigious university on an athletic scholarship, you excelled in class as well as on the field, or while exploring a strange remote location, you saw something odd that you've never been able to explain. So those are two options out of the 20 that it gives.
Well, I rolled a 9. Who am
A
I?
9. Your best friend from your youth is now an influential member of the government.
A Republican senator. I mean, what? Who knows? Could be a CIA agent.
That's
Wait,
what
are you the
radicalized
CIA?
me.
Yeah. So you have an in with Marjorie Taylor Greene. Yeah, I'm kidding.
Oh, fuck.
Marjorie Tyden Green.
And that's how you found out about the Jewish space lasers.
Are there space lasers?
Sure. Yeah.
Activate the Hanukkah beam.
Let's see.
And then, yeah, so how did you get involved in this weirdness and meet up with these other people?
Mhm.
Yeah, so what you're doing is so there's like a table you can roll to kind of come up with an idea of how you became aware of this alternative world, right?
Well, it's just a kind of general background thing. But then I want you to think about how you might know each other and how you got involved in the weirdness.
I see.
Mhm.
Okay.
So, speaker backgrounds, if you wanted to roll a d20.
Yeah, sure.
Just-
Let's
Just for an
let's
example, you can always make something else up. But
let's
Alright.
go with the random just for shits and giggles at this one.
Yeah.
all right,
Yeah.
roll a 20-sided dice. What do you get?
18.
18. You used to act in a traveling theatre group, and they remember you fondly, as do
Oh.
people in the places you visited. So maybe it was an improv comedy troupe or something.
Yeah. Cool.
Yes, and
We were classically trained.
it was a Broadway thing. Off Broadway. Thank you.
Oh, here, you gonna roll for?
Yeah, I'm gonna roll for it. Also, I remember Dennis. It's a gift from Wishlist a while back, or I mean, birthday thing. And I found my Cyberpunk tarot. So I
Nice.
just showed it to the camera earlier. They're so nice.
I just got some really cool tarot cards that are those lenticular things. They animate when you move them.
Oh,
Oh,
fun!
that's sick.
What's the
Unfortunately,
I
it
also
doesn't
love
show on
tarot
camera.
cards.
But
Look at us. We're so cool.
What are
Mine
the
is a
vibes?
super... Dude, look at mine. This is like literally... I got this from a ex-boyfriend's roommate. And dude, these things have got some patina on them. Look at there's mold spots on every single one of these cards, bro. It's legit.
Authentic, legit. That was in
Exactly.
a trunk. I created the ones that are from Cyberpunk. So the back of it is this picture of a angel that was gone too soon, and
Aw.
no spoilers, but yeah. And
Amen.
then the front is like all the cards all the posters of street art that you find in Cyberpunk, and I have little cheat codes on them for me.
did you get the extra ones from the DLC?
I have not played since the DLC came out, so I haven't played since before like a while back.
Yeah.
It's a lot of gigs, and so I might get that back, but I need some storage devices for my PlayStation. I game a lot on my.
It's
PlayStation.
worth it, and there's some new tarot cards as well.
Oh, that's
which
exciting.
You should be able to find somewhere.
So I was thinking if we do end up getting like, I don't even know how Twitch or YouTube work anymore, but once we move on to our channel, there may be like super chats and whatnot. So we could always find ways to do fun psychic tarot readings and whatnot, as well as other ways to entertain our audience, because I do still like to maintain some level of interactivity, though obviously somewhat removed. But since we are live streaming, I don't want to forget our live viewers. And yeah.
Well, this game has player intrusions where you spend an experience point and stuff happens, and it has GM intrusions where I make bad stuff happen. So we could have audience intrusions where the audience makes things happen.
Fantastic.
Yeah, that's neat. Yeah, that'd be fun.
It's a very I like the system that you picked more and more. Especially the thing about once we start rolling and stuff, I like that it there's a particular skill ceiling, because that's how I conceive of D&D anyway. I don't try to metagame. I just know that some things at some levels, like it's going to be probably a DC check of 15. It's just like, it's like a natural, like a 10. There's like a natural flow to it, and so the cipher system simplifies it down to just that. And I've always enjoyed just D20 systems, so I rolled a 5 on my
you rolled a 5. Okay. Your mother was a powerful psychic when she was alive, and helped all kinds of people. They looked upon you kindly, but they expected too much from you, so they probably disapprove of your delve into government or corporate psychic wanglings.
Definitely I'm sensing tiger mom energy.
All right. And then you can think on how you know each other and what weirdness brought you into this world of oddities.
I mean, I feel like I got an easy connection to Cherry with my influential member of the government. Maybe some hoity-toity dinner I got invited to just because I'm a bestie, and we end up sitting next to each other, and you liked my gruffness.
I was just an entertainer at the Bohemian Grove. That's not
Well, I don't know if they would let people like us, or like how higher ups do you show, like what is the level of clearance you have to be to show up to Bohemian Grove?
Well, you have to be part of it. Basically,
right, because I feel like I'm just out of college type of CIA military type of organization, and then getting pulled into this like psychic shit, because seems like maybe my mom was maybe more like a hippie psychic, and I wasn't necessarily, I didn't really believe any of it. And I went hard military and all that, and maybe I'm starting to discover that it's actually not bullshit.
You're like this close to being called Chakra Moonbeam or something.
Yeah.
Okay. So maybe. All right. Let's see. Maybe I'm.
You could be a professor.
Well, no, they said the background. We're using the background. It's an actor background, right? So maybe
he's taking what he got.
Right. So in maybe as an actor in LA, there's all the there's all this what's it called? Whenever you have any military base, any military equipment, any damn thing, basically the government gets to have say over your script and stuff like that. And so if I had like some minor acting job or something like that, somehow I could have run into one of them. I guess maybe let's see. I'm trying to connect the dots here, but maybe I'm not going the right direction here. I don't know. How do you get an actor to connect with
spyness?
Right.
Well, I mean, you were an actual con man, so with traveling circus or acting or whatever, you just kind of like
you just realize you blend so seamlessly into groups.
Yeah,
it just makes
sense. But meeting up with you guys. Okay, so you have a psychic, and you've got somebody who knows somebody in the government, and so maybe you went along with one of the times that your government buddy was overseeing. I could have been like an extra. And you were like overseeing a
like your government friend could be the one who advises the production, and this could be out somewhere remote in the desert or wherever it was being filmed, Niagara Falls. I don't fucking know. It was
on the Transformers movie. I was an extra, and you were there with your
with the person advising them on what they can and can't publish or whatever.
Or you could have. Basically. Or you could have been a crisis actor used in a cover-up.
That's true.
Oh, there you go.
So did
I
you
like that one.
Oh my god! So would you be doing research on this crisis actor and then like finding him and being like, "I can
Yes.
prove you're a crisis actor"?
I don't know. I don't know. That's pretty questionable to be able to do that crisis actor thing. I don't know if I want to be
He
on
was
that
a
end.
spy.
Hey, a
Yeah.
paycheck's a paycheck.
I got it.
Maybe
Okay,
we
so
can-
you're
we
a
can
crisis
change him.
actor.
We can rehabilitate.
Listen. So I got it. So you're a crisis actor at the event, you're doing the thing, and they need Cherry there with her psych abilities to like basically get the crowd acting the way she needs them acting, and the two you hit it off, and then I'm at the dinner talk about, I know that shit wasn't real. I know that shit's on stage. And she's like, you want to meet one of the actors?
Yeah.
Fun.
And it doesn't have to be anything drastic. Maybe it's covering up for a experimental plane crash or
Right.
something like that. You know,
Right, doesn't have to
say
be-
no, it was
doesn't
a
have to be-
meteor.
And it could be one of those things where we're just like, for instance, I was hired as just an actor, and I thought it was just a
Right.
a regular gig, and then later on I see it's on the news, and they're like trying to play it off as like that's what really happened. I thought it was just a regular gig, you know.
Aren't you also a spy based on your character? Are you
No,
not?
All right.
No, not
You're gonna
actually.
stick with
No,
the actor?
no. Here's the thing.
Now the
We're
NDA
supposed to
makes
be-
sense.
We're supposed to be the good
good
guys.
guys,
We may know about
Or you could be
the
one that's
military
spy on the
industrial
inside.
the military industrial complex. Yeah, it's true. I could be a whistleblower. That is also whistleblower protections.
Like, you can thrash this out. We don't need to settle this quite yet. Okay.
All right, we're just having
So-
fun.
Oh,
with it.
I like what
Yeah.
Yeah.
The next thing for defining your character is the descriptor. And this is basically an adjective that describes your character. So if you look back on the character sheet, can we have that back up?
Yeah, let me bring that back up. Hold on.
That's right there.
Let me bring up our specific ones.
Oh, you mean
that's
individual ones?
Yeah, that's one that I made last. I guess
Well,
we'll
we can
look
just
at mine.
we can just write it in. Yeah.
Sure.
Or we can go backwards. Yeah, sure.
Mhm.
Yeah, okay.
Um, so yeah, descriptor. So is a speaker.
Mhm.
So descriptors, yeah, like it's pretty much any adjective, but some examples include charming, intelligent, risk-taking, strong-willed, weird.
Hmm.
So, but it can be just about anything, and these are relatively easy to customize. So just some sort of adjective that
All right.
drills down and describes your character a bit better.
All right. Let me open yours.
Got some psychic fortitude.
All right. Well, you can just, I guess you can just write yours down. What you want to do with yours as well, right?
Yeah, and
Because I don't have your character sheet up right now.
Mhm.
Well, I thought we are gonna go in
Oh.
order for everyone.
Yeah, we can. Sure.
I mean, I always write it down in my thing.
so who wants to go first?
all right. Well,
I'll
Anyone?
do it.
Beautiful. All right.
I'm brave.
all right.
Is that the adjective you want? Brave.
No, maybe, shoot. I was really liking strong-willed, or maybe thinking like maybe just using that gritty that we were talking about, just not scared to get her hands dirty, first one to jump into it all. I like grit.
Yeah. All right. So I can base that off brash, self-assertive, confident in your abilities, energetic, irreverent towards things you don't agree with, bold and brave, or puffed up and arrogant, depending on your point of view.
Beautiful.
Okay, so as someone who is that way, you get 2 extra points in your speed pool.
What did she pick?
Brash.
Brash.
Yeah, kind of brash.
Tactics.
We're rebranding it to gritty, but brash.
Under your speed skills, you are trained in taking the initiative.
All right.
And under intellect, you have the skill of bold as at trained. So anything that would cause fear in you or try to intimidate you, you can resist more powerfully because you're bold.
All right. I resist fear, and what was the other?
Fear and intimidation.
Intimidation.
Yeah.
You don't scare me none.
I ain't scared
Nope.
of you.
Ain't scared.
You lily livered
All right.
yellow belly. Sorry.
All right. Who wants to go next? Jerry?
Yeah, fill your character sheet.
Yeah, I'll go ahead. So, like, what were the choices again? Because I like strong-willed.
Can you describe strong-willed? See what
Yeah.
goes into it?
Well, you can pick any adjective, and I will customize. But these are examples.
Sure.
So there is strong-willed as an example.
Because it sounds like it comes with a set group of things that you get along with your adjective.
Yeah. Strong-willed. You're tough-minded, willful, and independent. No one can talk you into anything or change your mind when you don't want it changed. This doesn't necessarily make you smart, but it does make you a bastion of willpower and resolve. You likely dress and act with unique style and flair, not caring what other people think. You gain the following capabilities.
Okay.
+4 to your intellect pool. Trained in mental resistance.
Where do I write these things down? On the sheet, you think?
Well, add 4 to your intellect pool.
Okay.
And put strong-willed under descriptor.
Okay, so the total, the intellect pool is the total intellect, or is that something separate? 'Cause I see-
It's the total. It'll be +4 to your pool, so it goes
Okay.
up to 21.
All
You're
right.
such a diva.
All right.
No one can tell you what to
And you
do.
put strong-willed in there. Yeah. Okay. Under intellect skills,
Okay.
put in mental resistance
Metal
and
resistance.
tick it as trained. Yes,
Keep
metal
it.
resistance.
Heavy metal music has no effect on me.
Also under intellect, put a skill called concentration and tick that as trained.
Now I can hear the music. That's nice.
And lastly,
The good ambient track.
under intellect as well. So willful doesn't mean brilliant. Any task that involves figuring out puzzles or problems, memorizing things, or using law is hindered.
Oh no.
So
Well,
what should we call that?
Hindered.
Call,
Well, is that
yeah,
awesome?
call it. So that's an inability. Just call it not brilliant, and then tick the third box.
Yeah, that's weird. And what is it? So what is it again? It does.
I want to look at some other choices.
So you're really
But he ain't brilliant.
so you're really strong-willed, but maybe impatient. Like if you can't solve something right away, you get frustrated. So any task that involves figuring out puzzles or problems, memorizing things, or using law is hindered, which doesn't really go with your character concept. So we could change
Right,
that
that's what I'm
for something
thinking.
else.
Yeah.
The strong-willed, I think you
Mhm.
thought more of as like mental like psychic resistance, more than just like being willful. So,
Yeah.
what are some of the other categories? Maybe something else sticks out better.
Well, we could just change that last bit because that's the only bit that's out of step.
True.
Yeah, it is kind of weird.
I mean, it makes sense, but yeah,
Mhm.
So,
that
I
one-
mean,
I mean, we can pick something other than strong-willed.
right.
yeah.
Like,
What-
did you notice some of the other ones that might be interesting?
Calm.
That That makes more sense.
Yeah.
Guarded.
What's calm? Because calm sounds interesting. Like maybe somebody who's
What could possibly be the bonuses in combat tactics?
Okay. Well, if you're not going with this one, drop your intellect back to 17.
Yep.
So calm. You spent most of your life in sedentary pursuits, books, movies, hobbies, and so on, rather than active ones. You're well versed in all manner of academia and other intellectual pursuits, but not so much physical things. You're not weak or feeble necessarily, although this is a good descriptor for characters who are elderly or very low might or whatever. But you have little to no experience in more physical activities. You gain the following characteristics: bookish, +2 to intellect. You are trained in 4 non-physical skills of your choice. And you have a special ability called trivia. You can come up with a random fact pertinent to the current situation when you wish to. This is always a matter of fact, not conjecture or supposition. It must be something you could have logically read or seen in the past. You can do this 1 time per encounter.
Yo.
Yeah, that sounds pretty cool.
What was that, if you wouldn't mind? Because I might be interested in that. Would you mind reading that?
See,
I
I'm not finished. However, inabilities. You're just not a fighter. All physical attacks are hindered by 1 level, so they become more difficult. And you're not the outdoorsy type. All climbing, running, jumping, swimming, etc. tests are hindered.
Okay. That's a lot, man. That one has a lot of stuff to it.
A lot of downside, yeah.
Yeah.
You did. It did have as a traveling actor. I'm not
Okay,
sure.
so calm. Then
Because
it was
there's
like
also charming. Well, there's smooth talker and a charmer. There's clever, quick-witted.
charming. Definitely still goes within the
Craven. You lack willpower.
What about charming? That's one of them.
Okay. Yeah, charming. You're a smooth talker and a charmer, whether through seemingly supernatural means or just a way with words. You can convince others to do as you wish. Most likely, you're physically attractive or at least highly charismatic, and others enjoy listening to your voice. So that would give you +2 to your intellect pool, would train you in social interactions. You would also count as trained when using any of your special capabilities. So any ways that you have to sway people's mood or thoughts. You have an important contact in an influential position.
Okay, where do I add these things? Because I'm gonna go ahead and go with this. This makes sense to go ahead.
Okay, well let me do the inabilities first.
Okay.
You're never good at studying or retaining facts. Any task involving law, knowledge, or understanding is hindered. But hindered doesn't mean impossible. Right. And your willpower is not one of your strong points. Defense actions to resist mental attacks are hindered. There's always a downside.
Yeah, and it's interesting. So all of these have a upside and a downside. Is there one that doesn't have as many upsides that doesn't, and also subsequently doesn't have as many downsides?
Let's see.
This is an interesting system.
Damn, were there downsides to mine? 'Cause I don't know if I noticed.
There weren't.
Hey.
You can be as brash as you want.
But you didn't get as many bonuses as some of them.
I got some good ones.
And outgoing, you put others at ease with a big smile or a joke, possibly.
Guarded might work. So guarded gives you +2 to intellect pool. You're trained in all intellect defense tasks. So guarding your mind. So that gives you some of the willpower side we were talking about.
Yeah, like
you become trained in truth detection, seeing through disguises, recognizing falsehoods and other deceptions.
Oh, this is perfect. Yeah. So what's
the inability is that your suspicious nature makes you relatively unlikable, which you then compensate for with the rest of your stuff. Any task involving deception or persuasion is hindered, but you have enough other special abilities that would overcome that, or things that don't actually require rolls So that wouldn't be too bad to take.
Can we look at Jovial real quick?
Jovial. And you could make up one as well if you want. It wouldn't be too difficult to
These
create
are
something.
So many.
Jovial. You're cheerful, friendly, and outgoing. You put others at ease with a big smile and a joke, possibly one at your own expense. So you're witty, which gives you +2 to your intellect pool. You're trained in all social interactions, basically pleasant social interactions. You have an advantage in figuring out the punchlines in jokes you've never heard before. So you're trained in all tasks related to solving puzzles and riddles, and there is no downside. So
interesting. So it's kind of a creative comedian.
So it was an improv group after all.
Yeah, right. That's an improv group. And then what's the? Oh, if I want to go with that, and then what was the other one you mentioned?
Oh, perceptive.
Perceptive. That does sound pretty good too.
For
this sort
perceptive. You miss little. You pick out the small details in the world around you and are skilled at making deductions from the information that you find. You are smart. Add +2 to your intellect pool. You have an eye for detail. You're trained in any task that involves finding or noticing small details. So we could call that detail-oriented as a skill. You know a little bit about everything. You're trained in any task that involves identifying objects or calling to mind a minor detail or bit of trivia. You're skilled at making deductions. Inability. Your confidence comes off as arrogance to people who don't know you. Any task involving positive social interactions is hindered.
Positive social interactions.
Can we check Wary real quick?
What is hindrance? Okay, how big of a problem is hindrance? So like, what is the
hindrance?
Effect?
Increases the difficulty by 1 level, so the roll you need to get is 3 points higher.
3 points higher.
Right. Now, Wary might be.
Wary?
Yeah, because that could go into like.
I'm going to have read all of them by the time.
Not guarded, like semi-guarded, because guarded has negative to social interaction. So I just want to find out if Wary is. So far, Joe does.
Okay, so Wary isn't listed, but I could make it.
I did really like that.
I could make it a weaker version of guarded. So I could remove the inability and one of the positives. If you want to be wary as a lesser version of guarded.
So wary.
What is wary? Is it already a lesser version of guarded? Or
wary isn't one. I would have to make it up.
Oh, I thought I saw this on the list. They might have been random. It was like the last page, but
Were you asking?
So yeah, apparently wary is not a thing that exists.
Oh, okay. You thought you saw wary and it doesn't exist.
Right.
No. But I can make it up for you, so it's maybe
right. So would you rather have that or Jovial? Did you like that more than?
Yeah, Jovial has no downsides. So yeah, we'll just say it was an improv group. I'm not self-inserting so much with this one. I take the disadvantage to social interactions because of apparent arrogance. Otherwise,
it's apparently in the Gods of the Fall page something. Wary.
Okay, so Jovial. So add 2 to your intellect pool, which you've already done.
Two.
So under intellect, have social interaction as a skill at trained.
hold on a second. I'm
playing with
my toys. I dropped it. Hold on. What am I doing now?
So under intellect,
okay,
skills. Intellect skills.
Did you add anything? Did it add 2 to intellect?
Yeah, you've already done that.
Already
it was at 17.
Just want to make sure it was right.
Okay. Yeah, so social interaction and tick the trained box.
Okay. All right.
And also under intellect, puzzles and riddles, that's trained as well.
Oops. Puzzles. riddles. I like it.
Yeah. So, Cherry, did you have an idea what you wanted?
Can you read me out what driven is? Because I have two options and I have one on my end. And if you could read me the driven one.
I don't see driven either.
What? Okay, well, let me see. So inquisitive is the other one I was looking at, but
Okay, inquisitive. I mean, I can make up driven. It's not a
well,
problem.
their website is showing it to me, so I don't know. And I can read more about it. It has like a whole thing and the book that it's found in. So
Does it say which book? What book is it found in?
let me find out. It's like a monster hunt though. Cipher System Rulebook by Monty Cook. Okay, Cipher System Rulebook 71 numeric character optic. It's like cutting off words.
Okay. So sorry, what did you want me to look up?
Page
Inquisitive.
71, not sure. Inquisitive? Or
Okay.
yeah, I think that's
Yeah,
right.
so inquisitive gives you 4 points in your intellect pool.
Okay.
You count as being trained in learning things, so learning new skills and so on, digging out information. You're trained in geography and history. Your inabilities are you tend to fixate on details, making you oblivious to what's going on around you. Any task to hear or notice danger around you is hindered. And you tend to get fixated. So when you see something interesting, you tend to hesitate as you take in all the details. So your initiative rolls are hindered. So it's not too bad, and it kind of makes sense for the character to be vulnerable to sensory overload.
Right.
Yeah.
And yeah, something about it is I'm creating kind of like a paradoxical character, not paradoxical, but like somewhat of a paradoxical character in some ways. There is a very active sort of shift happening from her past to her future. So it's going to be a lot of dynamic shifts there. And I find it interesting because it's not at all the background, but also kind of with the remote viewing and the psychic thing, being pulled into deeper and wanting to find out more about all sorts of weird things is, I think, will help drive the plot in terms of like, why is there, like, why are we exploring all these fringe things,
Yeah. So do you want to go with Inquisitive then?
Yeah.
Okay. So increase your intellect pool by 4.
Yeah, my character sheet up.
Oh, yeah, let me bring it up. Okay. Your which one?
My character sheet.
Intellect?
It's not displayed on screen, I think.
Oh, yeah, let me bring it up. Okay. Yeah, I'll do that. Hold on just a sec.
I think it's let me add my as well. It's +4. So we're gonna go up to 19.
Then add it back. Cherry. Share.
Yay. So 19 and int.
Okay. Okay.
Are we displaying it or not?
Oh, whoops. That was an accident. I was going back and forth.
Okay, so yeah, you got 4 extra points in intellect.
All right.
So
And what is your descriptor?
Inquisitive.
Inquisitive.
Dig it.
Okay. Then under intellect skills, put learning and research as trained. And geography and history as trained.
I like to read my maps too.
Hell yeah.
Then underneath that, put perception and tick the last box.
What's that?
And then under speed skills, put initiative and tick the last box.
You're a thoughtful person.
Yes.
Okay, so everyone's got their descriptors
So
sorted.
kind of spacey and thoughtful. Cool. There you go.
Use a minus perception.
Right, and the last important thing is
My mom was really chill growing up.
your focus. So,
I was wondering how we're going to get like a specialized, because like these are all just either trained or disadvantaged. Wait, what's that I stand for again?
the I stands for inability.
Inability.
Okay, so focus is what makes your character unique. So ideally, nobody should have the same focus in a group.
Sure.
So
Let's let Vixen go first again, I think.
yeah.
Oh, gosh.
So
I was going to need help
this
for
is
this one.
so this is the last category in your title sentence. So if you scroll up a bit,
Yep.
Yeah.
so we can see the title.
Match it. There we go.
Ah.
Okay. So
I
so
see.
in Cherry's case, she's an inquisitive adept or an inquisitive remote viewer who then does something. So there are some examples. A lot of these aren't appropriate to our genre, so I'll go through and I'll pick a handful to show you the kind of thing that we're talking about, and then you tell me what you might like, and I'll see if there's anything appropriate. So some examples might be awakens dreams, calculates the incalculable, conducts weird science, entertains, helps their friends, lives in the wilderness.
Vixen.
All right. I like the last
Never-
two.
Never says die, operates undercover, solves mysteries, works the system. Yeah, those are some examples.
I do
But there
like
are many
never,
others.
I do like never say die because that can like go with the driven thing that I was reading as a descriptor. But
Well, that's given you a few, but actually I'm going to go through and I will say all of the ones that sound like they could fit in our game setting. And then you can just quickly jot down any that grab your attention.
sounds good.
So, awakens dreams, builds robots, calculates the incalculable, commands mental powers, conducts weird science, consorts with the dead,
Oh, wow.
controls beasts,
Whoa.
crafts illusions, crafts unique objects,
How do you keep doing this?
defends the gate, defends the weak, descends from nobility, doesn't do much,
God damn it.
I mean,
That's a good
harsh but accurate.
drives like a maniac, entertains, fights dirty, fights with panache,
Panache.
panache, focuses mind over matter, fuses flesh and steel, fuses mind and machine, helps their friends, hunts, infiltrates, interprets the law, is idolized by millions, is licensed to carry, is wanted by the law, keeps a magical ally, leads, learns quickly, lives in the wilderness, looks for trouble, masters defense, masters weaponry, meets out justice, moves like a cat, moves like the wind, murders
Not to
people.
be confused.
Murders people.
Yeah, yeah. Needs no weapon. Never says die. Operates undercover. Performs feats of strength. Plays too many games. Rages. Runs away. Scavenges. Sees beyond.
Wow, there's so many.
Separates mind from body.
Hmm.
Shepherds the community.
Separates mind.
Shepherds spirits. Slays monsters. Solves mysteries. Stands like a bastion. Talks to machines. Throws with deadly accuracy. Wields two weapons at once. Works for a living.
Bless.
Works the back alleys. Works the system. Would rather be reading. So those are the example ones, but I can always make something up for you.
Yeah, there's
Can
a
you-
handful that definitely intrigue me.
Yeah, go ahead.
I like the crafts unique objects. I feel like that kind of plays into what I was trying to describe earlier, like just a fucking handy woman building weird shit on her little plot of land. The government can't stop me.
I am a sovereign citizen. Thank you.
She gives out
Freedom on the
little
land.
pamphlets about
Yeah,
what to say to the police.
Yeah, I'm kind of stuck between crafts unique objects, licensed to carry, or helps friends.
Hell yeah.
You want to say what those things mean?
All right, what would that
Grim?
look like for us?
Like what that?
So these different descriptors give you access to additional special abilities at different tiers.
So what would be
which
stuff for?
So crafts unique objects, you can choose between crafter or master identifier at tier 1. So crafter is
It's got subsections.
yeah.
It's easy not to have the same focus. Clearly, so many.
Right.
So crafter means you're trained in the crafting of 2 kinds of items. So if you're going for the whole Unabomber thing, it could be bombs and something else.
It's just a Molotov pipe bomb. It's fine.
And master identifier means master identifier. You're trained in identifying the function of any kind of device.
Oh, I know what that is. That is, I know. There's your problem right there. Is your alternator.
Exactly. Oh, okay, that's tough.
Ah, the most expensive part of your car is what's broken. What are the odds?
I know, right?
I think I'm gonna be a crafts unique objects. I'm gonna be a crafter.
Okay. So that was you're trained in the crafting of 2 kinds of items. So could be weapons, armor, computers. Maybe you're good at building log cabins, or
I kind of like the idea that I work on bombs, but maybe I don't know. Oh, that's right. Builds robots is a different one.
yeah.
You just need some fertilizer, some wires.
Yeah. I like the idea of me tinkering with something a little bit cooler than you would think a doomsdayer would be crafting.
Make your little droid buddies.
Yeah, you could be one of
Right?
the people who competes in the battle bots. Like it's like you happen to be like
also it's a thing with like dog people, which obviously all outdoorsy people like that are. They make their own robot dogs.
Oh wait, would it fall under? Because I knew a guy who used to fuck with lasers, like heavy, and like there are lasers that'll like burn you at a distance.
Your
You gotta build them because you can't buy them. I kind of like.
Oh.
Yeah, would that fall under
Crafting. Yeah, it could, or high energy devices.
Yeah,
So that would let
I
you
like that.
fuck around with, really powerful electricity, lasers, plasma.
Actually, I was about to say there are a lot of like dudes out there who are trying to make free energy devices in their garage and shit that are the same archetype. That
it's always like Kentucky, Atlanta, Alabama. It's like
yeah. So you can be like somebody who's like there's this thing called the Graviflyer that people are like. I'm kind of convinced it's a hoax, but it's a supposedly an alternative propulsion thing where it's like he's figured out this way of like it's rotating a magnet and it's like pulsing a plate and like with ultrasound, and then it rises up, and there's all these people who are like trying to replicate this thing. You can look it up on the net. It's pretty funny, but because it might. I mean, there's no way to know for sure that it might not be doing something, but I kind of suspect it's not doing anything.
Yes.
So
you'd be
like
trained in
bombs and high energy devices.
Bombs and high energy devices. Okay, so you're trained in both of those. So they're skills that would be under intellect, and they would both be ticked trained. Okay, so that's you done. All right, who's up next?
My sheet is up, so let's go ahead with that. Can you read me mind over matter? Because I'm pretty sure I know what I'm going to go with, but let's double check.
Okay. That wasn't the actual title. It was something mind over matter, wasn't it?
I think it was specifically mind over matter, or you're right. It wasn't in the M's, so it was like uses mind over matter, or
I've got to find it.
Control F mind. I take it you're having to paper search instead of digital search.
Yeah.
Need little book elves to help with that. Elves of the golden one.
Yeah, that's one of the...
Heaven, I mean elves.
If you're not seeing it in the M's, then I think it might have been before.
Right, because it was fairly early on.
Focuses mind over matter.
There we go.
Okay, so at tier 1, you get the divert attacks ability for that, which is divert attacks costs 4 speed points. For 1 minute, you automatically deflect or dodge any ranged projectile attacks. However, on your next turn after you're attacked with ranged weapons, all your other actions are hindered. So it makes you immune to ranged attacks
for a bit.
For a while.
Then I get exhausted. That's kind of cool. What about separates something from something? Separates body from mind from body?
Okay, yep.
Separate that really fits the character.
Body. At tier 1, you get third eye, which is...
I'd not realized how extensive they had developed this system.
Okay, so third eye, you spend 1 intellect point. You visualize a place within short range and cast your mind to that place, creating an immobile, invisible sense for 1 minute or until you choose to end this ability. While using your third eye, you see through your sensor instead of your real eyes, using your normal visual abilities. You may perceive the area around your body using your other senses as normal.
Sweet.
Yeah,
so you could project your vision into like the next room.
Right.
Or a building across the street and spy on stuff that way.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, so the third eye costs 1 intellect point. Project your senses.
Would you mind?
Oh, yes. Put it in your special abilities. Is that where we're going to write it down? Or
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
special abilities.
That is third eye.
third eye. Oops. And what did it do?
Project your senses a short distance.
Does it cost anything?
1 intellect point.
One and two. Not bad. I think scan was 2.
Vixen, is that D20 a D20 with another D20 inside it?
No. It's got little flowers in it.
Ah, okay.
Almost
Yeah.
fractal.
That'd be too intense. D40, anyone?
There are
I have
D100.
one with a
What
rubber
would you
duck.
put this descriptor?
Oh, that's so cute. I love him.
Quack. So what were you thinking,
That's
Rich?
about to be us.
There's a couple of different ones. There was infiltrates.
Yeah.
There's
And-
work the system. There was another like there was another one that was a lot like infiltrates. I forget what it was. I didn't have anything to write with. So
Okay, well, infiltrates. At tier 1, you could either get some stealth skills or gain a way to kind of sense people's personalities, reactions, attitudes, that sort of thing. Works the system at tier 1, you could have hack the impossible or computer programming. So you think there was one similar to infiltrates?
Environment. Awakens dreams. Battle robots, automatons. Bears a halo of fire. I bet screams. I'm gonna have a lot of these. Blazes radiance. Builds robots. Calculates incalculable. Carries a quiver. Casts spells. Nope. Channel divine blessings. Channel some commands mental. Commands.
Oh, was it operates undercover?
yeah, that was one.
Wait. Do you have commands mental powers?
What in my book? Yes,
Like, what's the
I
point
do.
of- Interesting.
What did it do?
It seems like it just does the same thing that my whole class. I mean, my like.
Yeah, commands mental powers at tier 1 would make you telepathic.
Right, but it's like
But do you have? But
that might be better than Inquisitive if it's going to give me like literal psychic powers.
right?
Well, it's not inquisitive that it would replace. It
Right,
would.
separates mind from body.
Yeah. So I think you're fine with what you got. What was I looking at? Operates undercover, wasn't it? So that would at tier 1 that would give you the investigate ability.
Doesn't do much. Employs magnetism.
So
Contains. That's one.
Investigate would make you trained in perception, cryptography, deception, and basic hacking.
and that's which one is that? That's the
That's operates undercover.
Oh, that's it.
Interesting. Okay, so an actor that could do a little hacking. So in other words, yeah, I'm kind of going toward the spy here, and so the I can change my identity and stuff like that. And then what did the other one do? Give me for infiltrates.
Infiltrates. At level 1, you can either have some stealth related skills, or sense attitudes is what it's called. Let me just find it.
Idolized by millions.
Sense attitudes. You're trained in sensing lies and whether a person is likely to believe your own lies, or whether they have.
That seems really like right along what my character's been building this entire time. So maybe I'll just go ahead and do that.
Okay, so who infiltrates then? And you're trained in sensing lies.
All right. I don't think I'm sharing my screen right now, but where does the where would I put the
That would go under intellect skills.
sensing lies trained? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sharing hers right now, but I'm typing mine in. All right. Sensing lies trained, and then what else?
And also what would you call it? Finding a mark, I guess, would be so knowing if someone's likely to fall for your lies.
Okay, and is that a skill?
That would be another intellect skill. Yeah.
Talks to machine, walks with dinosaurs, walks with light. Wields two weapons. Yeah, works in system.
All right, and then the first thing you said was the stealth skills. What was that?
Well, if you choose to get that, that would be.
Oh, is that versus what we just talked about?
Yeah, you could only choose one or the other.
Ah, okay. No, that makes sense. Let's just go with the sensing lies and the sensing the mark's attitude, basically.
Yeah, if you had chosen stealth skills, you become trained in 2 appropriate skills from disguise, deception, lockpicking, pickpocketing, sensing, deception, sleight of hand, and sneaking.
Oh, that might be better to go like.
To pick one.
Yeah, to pick that other one, and I get 2 out of that list. You said
2 of those, yeah.
Ooh, I'm already pretty good with some of the other stuff. Let's look at those again. There was pickpocketing,
lockpicking, disguise, deception, sense deception, sleight of hand, and sneaking.
Sense deception sounds nice.
Sense deception and sneaking, maybe.
Yeah, because you already have disguise self in a way with your
Right.
spin identity or whatever. Yeah.
Sense deception, trained, and the other one was sneaking.
Sneaking's one, yeah.
Yeah.
Was stealth another one? What's the difference?
No, this is a stealth.
Sneaking and stealth are interchangeable. So
yeah. Okay, sense deception and sneaking. So this way, I actually got a little bit of the continuing to read people, right? But hold on a second. So it seems like understanding and sense deception may have too much overlap, though.
What is
so in understanding it?
So understanding. So when you study something or someone for a while, you get an advantage when you then interact with them. So you can do the 2 together, and they would stack.
Oh, so they'd stack.
One is just getting an advantage.
And how do you use a skill, for instance?
You do something, and if it fits the skill, you get the benefit from the skill.
Oh, okay. And so what's a benefit of trained?
So trained reduces the difficulty level by 1, so it reduces the target number by 3.
Oh, neat. So basically, I could end up, by stacking them, I could significantly
reduce your rolls.
Reduce certain things.
Yeah.
Nice.
Get real good.
So the only thing left to do is equipment.
Oh, fun.
Nice.
So
let's show your character.
Let's show your character showing right now. Oh wait, it's not showing up. None of them are showing.
No one's showing. It's just our beautiful faces.
I wasn't looking at our faces.
You're looking at your character sheet like a good player.
Yes.
Okay, so no one was. All right. So I'm just going to tell you how much you guys get, and then we can go back and do the actual equipment. So, starting with Cherry, clothing, 2 expensive items, 2 moderately priced items, and 4 inexpensive items. Do you get anything extra?
2 expensive,
Too moderate.
2 moderate.
And 4 inexpensive.
Would that be all of us or just Cherry specifically?
Just Cherry. Right.
I guess if you come from
And,
ability, you might have more expensive shit.
what was your descriptor?
I.
Inquisitive, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
You also get 3 books on whatever subjects you choose. Okay, so Vixen, you start with clothing, a weapon of your choice,
Care.
2 expensive items, 2 moderate items, 4 inexpensive items. And you were brash, weren't you?
Brash tactics.
Yes.
Gentle brash.
Yeah, all the
Hell divers?
Helldivers. Yeah, the Helldivers. Right.
I'm like, wait. Gentle brash.
You don't start with any extra equipment from that.
Okay.
And then Richard, you start with clothing, a light weapon,
Okay.
2 expensive items, 2 moderately priced items, and 4 inexpensive items.
Wait.
And
okay,
your
okay.
okay, and your descriptor was
Infiltrates.
That's
no
Oh wait. Jovial.
jovial.
You get a weapon too. Light weapon.
So I have a light weapon,
And
and then the clothing was
3
the
pieces, so the 2 expensive.
too expensive.
moderate.
Yeah, 2 expensive, 2 moderate, 4 inexpensive. And you don't get any other extra equipment. Okay. So then if you're choosing equipment, so an inexpensive item is something like a book or magazine, notepad and pen, nothing hugely expensive. A moderately priced item is something like a piece of furniture, a smartphone, a very expensive meal, a new outfit, that sort of thing. An expensive item is something that would strain a normal person's finances, such as rent on a simple apartment, a major piece of furniture, a very nice outfit, long distance travel, a reasonably powerful laptop or computer, that sort of thing.
Okay.
Well, what if it's clothing? What does that mean?
Yeah. So I was
Oh, we have
confused.
clothing and.
Yeah, so you already have some basic clothing, right?
No,
That
it's
is one
not
of your
part of that.
items.
Oh, I see, I see.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
that's fine.
Those are just gear of other kinds. I see.
Yeah. So is there anything special anybody wants?
Definitely a laptop.
Well, I think, yeah, one of my expensive items should definitely be my bunker.
Yes.
Someone.
So that's one of them.
Would a laptop be moderate or expensive?
It's just a cheap like Chromebook that you can tippy tap on. It would be moderate. If you want like a gaming rig or a hacking rig, It would be the more expensive.
There's some regular one.
Let's see. I think my other expensive item is going to be my big old truck.
Truck. Does it have truck nuts?
Yes.
And no, she's
But
not
it's
over.
still a she. That's how she identifies.
Does it
It's,
have
uh,
Homer Simpson
very
silhouettes on the mud flaps?
Sexy Homer
It
Simpson.
has donuts.
Sexy Homer Simpson. Yeah, I want Homer Simpson, but like in the classic pose.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes. All right. So I got my bunker and my big old truck. Two moderate or inexpensive items.
You didn't start with a weapon, did you?
Yeah, weapon of choice. Shoot.
Oh, you did. Okay.
Weapons are moderate, I would think.
Are they?
It depends.
Well, it depends on the weapon, I guess. We
You
should
know
make
what?
make-
I think for my weapon of choice, I'm gonna go Daryl Dixon on this one. I'm gonna get a crossbow.
Cool.
So does the weapon that you, if you started with a weapon because of one other thing, would that be in addition to the equipment that you have also?
Yeah, if you start with a weapon, that's free.
Okay.
Trying to think moderate.
Mm.
Let's see.
Room full of survival buckets.
Yeah, I'm considering these things now. I know my armor is clothing, but could I buy a Kevlar vest? Could that count as a moderate item?
Pretty sure that's legal in the States, isn't it? To buy
Oh yeah.
surplus. Yeah.
Oh yeah, my dad sent me one to put in my backpack after one of the shootings nearby. Oh yeah.
Okay. So can make it a concealed bulletproof vest. That can be a moderately priced item, and that gives you 1 armor.
Okay.
Hmm.
You got one more moderately priced item. That'd be expensive.
I don't have any idea. Well, I'm like having a
I
really
finally
hard time
figured it out,
figuring
but
out what to
I
get
just
for my
need
character.
one extra expensive one. I'll think on that later.
I can't think of anything my character would really need specifically to my character. Like for some
Yeah,
reason,
let's
I'm
go
strong
back.
blank.
Nice car,
Get inspired from my list.
Yeah.
an apartment.
Yeah.
Oh, that could be another extra one. Okay.
Right.
Okay, I got my list then.
I'm still thinking on my last moderate or inexpensive item.
Special interest.
If you guys want to circle back to me, I think that'd be best.
Okay,
Or you're just gonna watch me ho hum.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's like, yeah, this is kind of hard.
Let's go to my sheet because I got mine.
Okay, let's go ahead and go to your sheet. Sure.
Brackets.
Is it?
Who knows? I don't know.
Yeah, it's up. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
What did I say? We have. I'm not sure what I want for my special interest books yet, so I might think on that later. But for the
Okay.
expensive, gotta have a car, gotta have an apartment.
Okay. Car. and
That's like
apartment.
a tiny studio because I mean, just finished college, whatever,
Yeah.
whatever CIA prep school I was in.
Mm,
Or half military, half.
all right.
Is it
so
Quantico
that's
that the
expensive.
agents go to? Something like that.
Maybe
Um,
that sounds right. I don't know. Give me a line.
Wherever Scully went. It just
So
finished
car
up.
apartment,
Right, car apartment. And then so yeah, just like a studio apartment. Small.
apartment.
Small studio. Small. And then I have for moderate laptop and a treadmill. Side by side.
Quantico is the FBI. CIA is
Harvard.
Langley, that's it.
Langley.
Airport base.
Yeah.
Oh my God! That's where recently in the news, it's Langley that had drones penetrating the airspace for weeks on end, what they called drones that they couldn't do shit about. That was this past December.
I'm sorry, I'm too inquisitive not to.
I didn't realize that was CIA.
Going down that rabbit trail.
Okay, interesting.
So yeah, I have a small studio apartment, and then inside it, I have a laptop and a treadmill. That's it.
Where is your apartment?
Probably near Langley.
Okay, so somewhere in Virginia.
This town is that obviously if I graduate, I'm not going to stay on the base, so gotta.
So what am I? Are you thinking that I'd be ex-CIA or something?
No. How did I thought we would meet? Fuck, how did I forgot about? I thought we would meet. Because you're an actor, right? So I thought we would meet on like a Ancient Aliens-esque show where they were like doing a documentary, interviewing like sidekicks and
okay, yeah, I like it.
Crisis actors. I don't know, just like conspiracy theory, like I don't know, some sort of idea along those lines.
Okay.
And then there could have been like a VIP dinner afterwards that Vixen's politician friend brought her over to, and so it was just like kind of like an event or like meet the cast. I don't fucking know. So they had like psychics but government and UFOs, and they were just making one of those like Amazon.
Well, there was a recent documentary with fucking what are they called?
History Channel. Who knows? No,
it's like some group of people. They did a pretty good job. They usually like drama shit and like. So
at 4G Bike. I have only 3, but I can come back to that. I have a phone that's fairly cheap. I mean, just like a basic smartphone.
Okay.
And
so the setting is our own. It's a kind of alternate modern day in which there's weird conspiracy stuff and odd science and all kinds of stuff.
Phone, pantsuit, and jogging suit. How much you buy?
Okay.
So being in Virginia works out for Vixen quite well as well because there's all the mountains, so you can be a mountain hillbilly.
Go full Far Cry.
Perfect. I like it.
I got my last item. It's a 9-key cell phone because I don't trust the government to not be all up in my phone. They're tracking me.
Get you a Nokia, okay? That's all you need.
I actually had one and it was amazing.
Same.
Best 3 months of my life. I was so free.
That's so many years.
I don't trust no 5Gs.
So
I had a Nokia flip phone thing.
phone, whatever.
Phone, pantsuit, and jogging suit.
Pantsuit and jogging suit.
And a dress suit.
Pantsuit, jog suit, dress suit. All suits.
And 3 books of unknown origin or unknown quantity.
3 books.
Probably about UFOs because I got excited about all these drones here.
Yeah, in Langley. Yeah.
Yep, UAPs. Sorry.
You bought them just since this past December when that was that major.
Started reading
thing.
about drones. I might be able to. Would you? I know, Vixen, you're saying you wanted your person to be like not to defy expectations a little bit about like the level of technological ability. Did you settle if you're going to be building like robots or drones or?
Did you decide on that?
That's a different guy.
Yeah,
I did bombs and high energy devices. So that is like generators. That's like lasers, all kinds of freaky stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you ever played Far Cry 5? Like it really puts you in that Montana-ish wilderness vibe.
Yeah,
I love it.
You could always build an improv version of that new British anti-drone laser. It's Dragonfire, I think they call it.
Well, you heard those drones.
My backyard.
Yeah.
Exactly. And you heard those drones were Russian spy satellites anyway.
Yeah, it's definitely the Russians for sure. Even though we confirmed it was definitely not.
Oh, the Chinese then.
Yeah.
So, do you want to write anything down for your character?
Okay, so I guess the weapon, because I've got a weapon, light weapon. What does this mean?
What do you want it to mean?
It does 2 damage.
Okay,
it could be
a
a pistol or a light pistol, or a switchblade, or a baton, brass knuckles,
Brass knuckles.
Oh, I
a
got a-
sternly
I got
worded
a whole
letter.
bunch.
I got this letter in my pocket. It's like, I've got.
burn you, man.
I've got-
That's
yeah.
your core.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
light weapons, the punches, kicks, knives, hand axes, darts, very small pistols, and so on.
Yeah,
Can I have a little
so like a
concealed
22 or a
I'm gonna have
38.
a little
Probably.
22. Yeah, what's it called? I know. I might have that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or a derringer without enough power to penetrate a starched shirt.
I'm gonna go with a little 22 pistol.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're freaking tiny. They're literally like this freaking big.
Wow.
Yeah. My mom used to
Frickin'
carry
silly.
one in her purse.
Perfect.
Yeah.
That you can
First gun.
carry.
All right, and
Apartment. Sorry.
yeah, maybe I'd have an apartment elsewhere. But that way, we could stay at another place if we needed to like investigate another area, and I could just be visiting. That's how we meet.
Safe houses are good.
Yeah, so like I could have one all the way across the all the way across the U.S. in
Right, because they flew us
In
in for
LA.
this show. Right, yeah.
so
Oh, you
my,
mean you live in your car in LA?
yes, I live in my car in L.A. Very expensive apartment.
Can be.
L.A. Apartment about 100 square feet.
It's actually somebody's shed
Cost
in the
me
backyard.
a fucking fortune.
It's $1,000 a month to the shed in someone's backyard.
Yes. It's a tent in somebody's backyard. For
If that's
$1,000,
bad, you should see
yeah.
London prices.
2,000 per shed.
Yeah, it's so seriously, it was like you for $1,000,
You're right.
you're literally only
You're
gonna have it's not gonna be a standing building.
A lot of actors in LA. But I mean, you do have the CIA income.
Well, have we decided that somehow that I'm
We haven't
ex-CIA,
yet,
I'm a
no.
whistleblower? I don't know. We haven't decided. All right.
Yeah, with
Could
your
be-
100 square foot apartment.
Yep. And then I guess for mod, that's okay. That's a very expensive item. I have a car, and I'll just have a.
Just bum rides with all your friends.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have to decide equipment later because I'm just like I've got no freaking clue
Well, we got a
what
gun.
kind of equipment.
It's fine. It's fine.
Got a gun. All I need is a gun.
Look, you just take Uber everywhere.
Right. I got a gun. That's for somebody who lives in LA. That's like
Never know.
yeah. All right.
Yeah, we can just
I'm
fill
gonna
that
save
in
this.
on our own time.
Save changes. Record.
Bling.
And I'll
Okay.
save yours. I don't know why it has to do that every time
It's
with your
Windows.
changes. Yeah, no.
Because Windows never started getting better. It just kept
Sure.
getting
It's because I'm using the same name and I'm having to
worse. Save over it.
right. There we go. All right, cool.
Next time we'll get speakers so that our friends aren't so quiet.
Yeah, because we do have you guys kind of quiet.
So we can just
turn
turn
off
off
the
the
quiet.
computer.
So here's a question: You said that you had a little bit of idea for adventure. I mean, we've been going for quite some time though. So the question is, what were you feeling, Grim? Do you want to kind of wrap it up? Talk more about the game, about what we helped. What we established during this process, because this process was supposed to be kind of like, what do we need to add? What do we need to subtract? What do we need to
Beta
refine
testing.
for the game system? And that I could see there's a lot of things I would like to
Different
talk
things to
about
think
further.
about,
That's definitely opened up some things to talk about there. But do you want to try to do some sort of adventuring, or are you feeling like we're
Well,
kind of,
Grim's late into
yeah, it's pretty late for you.
Yes, it's pretty late, and we've only
one.
about half an hour of our allotted time.
Exactly.
So I think probably not, but we could maybe do a couple of quick rolls to show you how the system works a bit.
Yeah, that would be nice to know like how that works.
Play with our math
Okay.
shapes.
Yes.
Play with our math rocks.
Yes.
All right.
Metals.
Just give me a second.
The funny thing is, I was looking at this. I'm like, oh my god, this is exactly what the kind of what these dice I got. Just like this is the dice the Brilliant would use, by the way. I got a picture. I'm going to put it on the. I'll put it up on the Discord. It's a picture of what the Brilliant warrior in the first story, kind of what some of what his armor looks like.
Okay.
Can you grab me a carrot or something to stuff in my face?
Not this stream.
No, not this stream. Not this stream. Different stream. Prehistoric witch cult. Interesting. The early 20th century. Yeah, so esoteric order is saying some interesting
The thing
things.
about these is they're the baby ones.
Debunked idea of a prehistoric witch cult. You see, actually, we're talking about having some old, so some of the stuff. So you know what he also like he's into esoteric. So this game system is going to be have a lot of esotericism type of stuff in it. The book that I'm writing is a rewrite of the book that introduced the idea of the Brilliant. But basically, I'm changing it to be more focused on what's going on today with AI emerging, and then merging that with with what has become a very popular idea in I don't know, what do you want to call it? It's not really conspiracy theory. It's like modern mythology or modern speculative
Fiction,
whatever.
speculative history, speculative reality.
Speculative reality, yeah. So that's basically it. Modern speculative reality is that the Greys are AI, and then so basically, I'm leveraging that to say, yeah, the reason why we've seen so many UAPs is because they're interested in the fact that we're about to create AGI or ASI, and that's what they are. So now they're like, they've taken a sudden interest in us. And so that's kind of one of the precepts of the coming AI race is so the Brilliant actually came from that old book and from the 50s or whatever. And whereas here I'm talking about we've got this race between countries to reach AGI and stuff. So I'm taking it using a play on words, and instead of talking about the Brilliant as even though they're going to be like a major player in the book, which you'll see if you read the first couple of 3 chapters, I guess that I've got out there on the Discord. It's some interesting stuff that we'll be able to have settings. Right now we're focusing on just modern right now era. But my hope is we'll eventually get to where we can have settings in different time periods.
Different eras. Yeah.
Yeah, different eras.
All right. So, for whatever reason, you guys have all got to know each other. We will figure that out later. But you've decided that a team building exercise is in order. So, you've signed up to do a weekend of team building exercises as a group. And you're set upon an obstacle course for your first task. It's perfectly simple.
Yeah.
Just
I feel like
follow the course.
Dragged us into a CrossFit weekend.
It's not a cult.
It's not a
It's our
cult.
own version of CrossFit where it's like barrels and mud traps and
All right.
So you have to follow the course, following the numbered flags, and make your way from one end to the other. And even though it's a team building exercise, someone will win and will get bragging rights. So the guy in charge of the whole thing lines you up on the start line. There are other groups waiting to go after you. It's not about building a team with them. Obviously, it's just between you guys.
Mm-hmm.
He raises his starting pistol and fires it. Bang.
All right.
All right.
It's
I shoot her in the foot. No.
Okay, so yeah, here's how initiative works, right? Normally you'd go up against an enemy, and that enemy would have a difficulty rating. And then if you roll over the target number, you would go before the enemy. If you roll under, you would go after. We have no enemy, but let's make a roll anyway, just for the sake of it. So this is based on speed. So if you want to expend effort or anything, you can. Let's make it difficulty 2, which is standard. Does anyone have initiative as a skill or an inability?
I
She
take
has it.
initiative.
Negative.
So she's got a negative. I'm neutral, and then you, Vixen, you have a positive.
Yeah, it says under skills, it's taking initiative.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay, so the difficulty level is 2, which means the target number is 6. If you got the skill, you drop that by 1, so your target number is only 3. Cherry's target is 9, and your target is 6. So everyone roll a d20 and see if you beat the target number.
I did. Yeah, she has
9.
10.
So we'll beat it.
Okay. So yeah, you all take off at about the same time, sprinting down this slight slope. It's very uneven, definitely a tripping hazard. So make a speed roll.
You mean to drop
if
the
you have-
acid if you?
If
That's how I.
you have any sort of athletic skills, running skills, things like that, that might help.
Last night I was a track star, and so my speed went up to 12.
Yeah, so you got a lot of speed points, but no skills directly relating to it.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is a demanding task. So it's a level 3 task, which means the target number is 9.
So if
You
this thing has a place where it doubles back or anything like that, I'd like to try to use my sneaking skill to just kind of sneak under the other part of the course.
if I know the location, can I use my geography to cut across the track? Oh, actually, I guess I wouldn't do that. So never mind.
Cheating isn't very team building, is it?
Well, wait. What are they measuring? Are they measuring our speed,
I like their gumption.
or are they measuring our ability to get to the location?
Well, it's just meant to be a team building exercise. You're supposed to run the course and get to the other end.
All right.
Right. I remember.
Come
Oh,
on,
the target
Black
is-
Lightning. Oh, I got a 7.
Wait, we're running.
Okay.
We're rolling again. What are we doing?
it's like-
No, this is for sprinting down the slope to the first obstacle.
Okay.
Okay.
So
So it's a speed-based roll,
Alright.
and the task, the difficulty level is 3, so you need a 9 or more.
I didn't make it.
What does it mean that it's a speed-based roll? Like, what's speed-based?
Meaning that you can spend speed effort to
Ah.
try and make it easier.
Yeah.
Did anyone
maybe-
succeed?
You know what? I'm gonna. Do you get to decide after you've made your roll? Is that how it works?
No, beforehand. You have to
Oh,
expend
well,
the
I did-
effort.
Next time. This time we slide
Yeah.
down slope. This is the learning
Next time,
exercise.
gadget.
Slope wins.
Yeah. Okay. I failed.
Did everyone
As
fail?
did I.
I got it 12. I did not.
I can't
Cherry
hear
did
you
not.
so well, Cherry.
Oh wait.
I'm trying not to crunch.
She turned the thing around because she didn't want everybody to hear her crunching.
I didn't want it to be like too invasive with my munching, but I got a 12.
So you succeeded.
Yeah.
Okay. We didn't decide on character names, but we can get to that later. All right. So, so Cherry pulls into the lead ahead of the rest of you as you reach the monkey bars. So hauling yourself across the monkey bars without falling, that's going to be demanding, and it's going to be might based. So the difficulty is 9.
All right. So when we are removing, say I want to use my might to make this a little easier. So would I then put it into the pool box to be like, yo, when you rest, you're gonna get this back, or what is the pool for?
So the big number on the character sheets, right?
Yeah.
That's your maximum pool, and then the smaller number is what you would take away from as you use it. So if you want to use your might, you'll spend out of the pool.
Okay.
So basically, you'll
right.
update your total that's left over, and put that in there, right? So, like for instance, I'm sitting at might of 7. If I use, well, you can use you have to use like a number of points at a time, right?
Yeah, it'd be 3 points.
So then I would end up leaving it, at the at 4, right? After I took away the 3. So
it becomes harder to do that thing if you spend points.
But you just you run out of juice.
Okay.
You get exhausted and you just sleep. Love it.
Yeah. So does anyone want to spend effort?
I will be
on
spending
doing the monkey bars?
Yes, for the might.
Okay. And what's your? Do you have a might edge?
I don't believe so. Nah.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. So you spend 3 points from your might pool, and that drops the difficulty for you to 6. So everyone needs to roll for the monkey bars.
I'd like to spend my points as well because I'm not very good at it, but I don't want to fail in front of these people.
All right.
Okay, so you drop your difficulty to 6 as well.
Does it just go down by 1?
Yeah, the difficulty level goes down.
Yeah.
No, I have 7. I start at 7.
Yeah, but that drops by 3 temporarily.
So
you're down to 4 might. Yeah.
Okay.
And the difficulty drops.
Well, it is just practice.
All right. So then I'm going to. I'm also going to expend might. So I have to.
Oh wait,
I
I can't expend might because I already rolled. Duh.
Right.
Yeah, never mind. I have a 9.
Yeah, you
succeeded.
Yeah, but I'm going to go ahead and spend the might. I don't have an edge, so that's going to
3 points. Yeah. And the difficulty then drops to 6.
Pretty easy.
And the same for you, Vixen. So both roll. What did you roll? Because if you roll really hard,
I did. Everyone saw me do it. I can't take it back. They saw my look of disappointment. No undoing.
This is like the second 17 I've rolled
didn't you use? Yeah, you just spent your might now.
Okay, so
First time.
some rolls are effectively criticals.
Oh, really?
So a 1 is bad. That's a botch. 17 and 18 are minor criticals, but only in combat, not otherwise. And 19s or 20s have some kind of a positive effect as well.
Nice.
Neat. Well,
okay. So if you're rolling,
I would have had a minor crit if it worked.
But it's not combat.
17?
Combat, yeah.
Okay. So Cherry maintains her lead, with Richard not far behind as you sort of strain and grunt and manage somehow to cross the monkey bars. However, overconfident, Vixen leaps onto the monkey bars, misjudges, slips, and falls down into the mud and has to run back and do them again.
Goddamn grease these things.
No, you need a natural coat in the mud,
Yeah. So you drop behind. Right.
So slow and steady with the race, man. Don't underestimate.
Up to the monkey bars. There's another short sprint, and then there's a trench filled with horribly cold and brackish-looking water that you have to make your way through. So this will be a might roll, and this will be difficulty level 4. So the target number is 12.
What if I decide to leap over the source of water,
Then you can make a speed roll, but the difficulty will go up by 1.
What if I use my speed points?
Then you can lower the difficulty by spending speed.
Let's do it. I want to try to, when they have to jump over an obstacle, whatever that's called in track.
Yeah.
Hurdling.
That's it. I want to hurtle over this creek.
Do you have a speed edge?
I have an intelligence edge, but I have a speed of 12, so I can spend points.
So you spend 3 points,
I got a lot of
and now the difficulty is 12 instead of 15.
Yeah. Right, it went up by 1. 7.
7.
That's what I get for showing
No,
up.
that's a 1.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Even better.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh,
It looks like a
that
7,
is
but that's a 1.
100% a 1. 7
It's
is
seven
next
right
to it,
next to
but
it.
that is a 1.
Okay, I'll get to you in a sec. And you others, did you make your rolls?
I'm gonna go ahead
ahead.
and pull from this one too, because 12 is a little bit intense.
Yeah.
Okay.
Me too.
So if you're spending from your might pool, that's another
You're waiting through
3
it.
points each.
All right.
And drops the difficulty from 12 to 9. So roll.
Please, 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 please,
All right.
please, please. Oh
Oh,
God!
no. 6.
1.
Guys,
Oh,
don't drown.
God. 2
1.
Oh, my
Drown
God.
your schwatter, man. Guys, don't drown. Guys, including myself.
Both of you just
Okay.
critical failed.
Try not to drown in here.
Right.
Am I
Okay.
protecting this one? This is water.
So Richard
First ones to die on this
plunges
obstacle
into the
course.
water. The cold robs you of your strength, but you very slowly manage to crawl out the other end, shaking and shivering like mad. Trying to make up for lost time, Vixen rushes ahead of Cherry, gets into the water and starts wading through it. And then Cherry tries to jump over and hits right into Vixen, and both of you go tumbling into the water. Both of you lose 2 might points, please, from the bruising impact.
Oh. Ouch. Fuck.
At least the mud's washed off now.
Went from mud to brackish water.
All right. Next is an army crawl under some netting. So this will be a speed check.
Is it mud or
It's-
grass crawl?
It's muddy. It's thoroughly
Okay.
muddy. And the guide is setting off firecrackers either side of the net to try and distract you. So it would be a simple task, which is level 1, which would be difficulty 3. But with him annoying you and trying to make it more difficult, it's up to difficulty level 2, which is a target number of 6. And this is a speed-based roll.
I'm just going on.
17. Aha.
Yeah, I think I've just been jinxing myself, so I'm just gonna do this raw, man.
Good raw.
Yeah, I mean,
Ah!
I got a
Hey,
9.
17. Oh, yeah.
7.
Nice.
Bro, what? We literally got 1s and 17s in a row.
Yeah. Oh, you both got 17?
Yes.
What
Yeah.
the shit?
What are the odds? And what did you get, Richard?
Quick.
I got a 9, which I think is what I got.
Okay.
Like my last roll was 9. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Actually.
So you all slide in to the mud and crawl through rapidly without any problem. Let's see. Now there is a rope climb up to the top of a platform. But with all the aches and bruises and the shivering cold muscles and everything, it's fairly challenging. So this will be a might check and difficulty level 2. So target number is 6.
Might check.
Might check.
Yep.
Might check. Another 17. This dice is cursed.
Same. I got a 17 too.
What?
Eee! Charmed.
If I get a 9
I mean,
right
look,
now, hold on.
I'm not touching the dice. Hold on.
If I get a 9 right now, I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind. Okay, it was a 7.
Dismantle him.
It's good enough.
That
All right.
is a 17 right there.
So you'll clamber up the rope. Now the last obstacle before the finish line. He's
And I have a metal
dug
dice.
out.
I don't think Vixen does. Or does she have a metal
He's
dice?
dug out a shallow pit and filled it with a thick slurry of mud, which you have to wade through to get to the other side. So since this is the grand finale, we will make it a challenging might check. So the difficulty is 15.
Oof.
What
All
now?
right, I'm gonna spend my might points again. Got 1 might left.
Okay, so that drops the difficulty to 12 for you.
Wait,
Is anyone else?
You have to spend them 3 points at a time, though, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I had 4, so I'm gonna spend another 3.
So I don't think.
It comes down to 1 on that side, and then what? It becomes 12.
Yeah.
So it went down from 17 to 12.
The 15 to 12.
15 to 12. Oh, yeah, by 3.
Do I have 3 points left or 2 points left? Where it's
got an 8.
somehow gone. I don't understand how that
On top
changed.
of it.
Oh, there it is, 2. Okay. I put it on the wrong.
20. I got a 20.
Nice.
What?
Okay, I don't have
Might to spend.
enough might to spend. So I've got a pool of 2, which means I can't spend any additional, right? Can do to use some of my intellect? Because like every one of my skills, like all my stuff is focused on intellect.
That's not cheap.
So you'd have to spend 2 from might, and then normally any bleed over goes to speed, but I'd allow you to say, oh, I'm willing myself on. So you could also reduce your intellect by 1. However, since that now makes you impaired, you have to spend an extra point. So it'll be 2 might and 2 intellect.
Okay.
Mm.
All right. That's easy. I'll do that. So
You could just repeat it for 1.
no. It's good. I'll use the intellect. So minus 2 intellect. Okay, cool. All right. That's what I did. So now let me roll and see what we got here. 14.
Okay, so that's a success. And Cherry, you got what, 17, was it, again?
No, I got an 8 this time.
That would be 3.
Okay.
Yeah, I did not.
So 8 is a failure. Okay, so pushing himself past his bodily limits, Richard manages to force himself forward and pass the finish line, after which he like half faints and has to be stretchered off to the nurse's station.
Oh, I have a headache.
Get some sugar in you and
Yes.
give you a bit of rest. Vixen crosses the line second, and then Cherry brings up the rear last.
I'm supposed to
So there we
do
go. That's
strength based.
so that's how rolls work.
Thank you.
Now, then you can rest. So being in the nurse's station, like so 1 action. So within a few seconds, you can get back D6. So you would roll D6. I rolled a 1, and then after another 10 minutes, you could recover again, which is another D6. I rolled 5, so you can get 6 points back in your pools.
Ooh, I rolled a 5 for that.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, now we kind of know how rolls work from that little team building exercise.
Okay.
So you need character names. Let's figure out character names, which is always the most difficult thing, and then call it a night.
Honestly,
All
I've
right.
been feeling like my girl, I don't know why, but Kelly keeps coming back to me.
It's quite a butch name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just driving past a sign that had somebody trying to get into politics, some election, and their name was Kelly, and I was a dude. I was like, oh, unexpected, but it reminded me of when I was in California. There was a boy that I had a crush on for like 3 seconds. His name was Kelly. And then I had a slip of the tongue when I was telling people about it, and I was like, I was meant to say he's a boy, thank you very much, but I said the exact opposite, and so of course it's hilarious. And this was like, jokes on you, I'm bisexual, but that's fine.
Oh my god. I just came up with the full name and I just realized what pun that I made. I'm like, she needs some kind of like Irish last name, a little gritty. Like I'm like Kelly O'Neill. Like, oh my god, Colonel O'Neill. Big.
Yeah, right.
Perfect.
Did you watch Stargate?
Oh, love Stargate. So
I-
much.
I'm a Stargate baby, bro.
Oh my
I
God.
grew up
God,
fucking
yes.
binging that shit. SG1 all the way.
It is so
Thor.
good.
We've had Thor in our car protecting us for years.
Wait a minute. No,
Oh my
yes.
God.
Recently, his head fell off of him, so we need to glue it back together and put him back in the car. And that's why the car's already quick.
Wait, how much? Okay, so how far? We don't want to give away too much. How much of Stargate have you watched?
Oh no, like I said, I was raised on it, binging it.
Oh, you're right. Oh, wait. Okay, it was like
Have you
Baby is
watched-
a new
Have you
or
watched
like.
Stargate Universe?
Honestly, I haven't been able to get into any of the other ones because it doesn't got my
Atlantis
boys that I know
wasn't
and love.
No, Atlantis was good. It was
Atlantis
good.
was
Don't tell me no.
Atlantis didn't start strong, but it got a
No,
lot
it
better.
Yeah, I got that.
No, I love
Exactly.
my space goths, so you know.
I loved Universe, except for the fact that everybody was hating on the captain, and he was really just doing what he had to, and they were hating on, or the science guy. He was
But the
doing
military
it was
guy
it
was
was
good.
bullshit. It was bullshit. And they like
military propaganda. is-
even the writers were hating on him, and I'm like, wait a minute. Yeah, exactly. It's like, this is
He's
bullshit.
such an awesome actor. Love
Yeah.
him so hard. Carlisle. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, they were trying to make him seem like what he was doing was worse than it actually was. It was like you could tell that they were like really. Even the writers were against him. I'm like, oh yeah, I got to think of a name.
ChatGPT, and we can take some questions from
Yeah.
the audience.
Question from the audience. Let's see.
You wanna ask
I was
ChatGPT
thinking-
what's your name?
My character Joaquin. I would say that's a good actor name.
True, it could be a stage name. His name
Yeah.
could be a real name. I'm thinking.
Stately Holmes.
What's that?
Like Stately Holmes.
Stakey Holmes or
Stately.
oh, stately.
It sounds like New England types.
Right.
Lunk Meatloaf.
Fisher McBride.
Skip breakfast.
Skip breakfast. That's a good name.
I miss Skip.
I'm going with Joaquin Phoenix. No, no, Joaquin Dragon. That's it.
Oh
That's
my
it. Joaquin Dragon.
No.
Yes.
No.
That's his name.
No.
That's terrible, right?
That is the most Bard thing that's
That's
ever
so bad.
barded. Yes. I might be here for it.
Yes. But it's gonna be Walking is his name. Or everybody's just gonna think his name is Walking.
Hey, I'm walking here.
Walking? No, Joaquin. Oh my god, have you never heard?
You spell it. You're gonna have a diva moment about it.
Right, exactly. Everybody keep thinking is Walking. Walking dragons. Are you from like a Native American tribe or?
Not you. All right, Joe Quinn.
Yeah, you read it on paper. You read it like on a name tag, and you're like, "How you doing, Joe Quinn?"
Joe Quinn. Dang old Joe Quinn over there.
I love it.
Oh, that's just Joe over there. I love Joe.
True. So
Walking what?
Max Whitty.
Ooh.
It's a mild pun, but good
Wait a
name for
minute.
comedic actor.
No, I've changed it all. My stage name.
Roll it back.
My stage name is Max Victor. That's how I'm gonna introduce myself
Max Victor.
Love it.
for
Actually,
president.
That's
Max Power.
is that how we met?
Yes,
You're a politician, right?
I've decided to run for office as Max Victor, and you think I'm kidding? I'm gonna start producing videos as Max Victor now.
It's gonna be part of the promotion of this game
Yes, it is.
and channel,
Yep.
everything.
So you got Max Victor.
I'm announcing, okay, everybody watching. I'm announcing my presidential candidacy. Max Victor, vote for me because voting for anybody else is voting for the end of the world.
Well, I have helped with the presidential campaign before, so I'll be happy to assist.
Oh,
Okay,
awesome!
We
Good.
do need a campaign manager.
We do.
So we've got Max Victor, Kelly
O'Neill.
O'Neill, yeah, and
Olivia Robinson.
you. Fringe reference. And
I mean, is it?
Olivia
I
Robinson.
don't know about Olivia, but Robinson.
Olivia is, yeah.
What is Olivia?
She's the female agent on Fringe. Which
fringe
is-
reference, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Not a fringe reference,
Oh.
but literally.
I don't think
I've
we've seen
it,
Fringe.
no.
Yeah.
It's good despite being a what's his name production. Lost him.
Oh.
Huh.
I mean, Lost was okay until it wasn't. So, I don't know.
Yeah, I think in the case
Until-
of Fringe, he had someone to kind of rein him in a bit,
Hmm.
and so it's a lot more cohesive.
Moko is the word I was thinking.
Yeah.
So
Maybe you
yeah,
watch it.
Olivia just felt right. I think I was thinking of Olivia Munn more than anything because she has the sort of like tight, stick up her butt demeanor.
Wait,
That
so,
feels right.
so you'd be
and-
you're gonna be both a hippie star child and
I'm not a hippie star
Oh,
child. That's my mother.
okay, your mother was a star child,
Oh, yeah.
and you're
She tried to hound me.
you're
into it.
backlashing against that,
Yeah,
but you still have psychic powers.
a parent, and that is disturbing.
It's very disturbing,
It is very disturbing.
because that means that your mother was right the whole time,
Terrible.
even though you're like pissed off about it.
Thankfully, she's a loving mom. But yeah, and Robinson is, of course, not. Robinson.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Robinson's
Yeah,
a very important maker of fruit drinks here in the UK. So
And by the way, the
I like
gateway
drinks.
the gateway process, the declassified military CIA document, you can go onto the CIA library right now. I'm going to say right now that is extremely accurate to this world. So just so you know, the
Okay.
gateway process, CIA, Google it. Do it.
Oh, yeah, you talking about the remote viewing?
No, the gateway process is related to remote viewing. It was one of the CIA declassified documents from the whole remote viewing thing.
Oh, cool.
But it also has this whole kind of a view of reality that is a certain way.
Yeah,
So
that's a good primer, you're saying.
so yeah, no, absolutely. Read that. Go on the CIA
to our
website
Discord.
right now. And check it out. I'll post a link for everybody.
Go to our
'cause, like,
Discord.
if you go to
got all the
Discord,
links.
I've got tons of great stuff for UFOs. I have to add more remote viewing stuff. Actually, I haven't got that put in yet. I've got a little
Got
bit of
some
military
complexity.
industrial complex. I need to start adding some stuff for ancient, ancient technology stuff. Like one of my favorite channels, he likes to point out the like really well made, granite items that people don't talk about very frequently. I've been putting some of those up. So lots of good, believable
Kitty.
stuff.
Dinger.
And
That's Schrodinger. He is baby.
he's actually a spy
He
for
is
the Anunnaki.
He's got
That is the
gingivitis.
all cats are actually they've
Alien.
some of them somebody can see through their eyes at all times.
Right.
Yeah.
It's actually surveillance drones.
Yep,
I'm going to turn into a pumpkin, so we need to bring this to a close.
And there's of course the show, not the show, the book that is
on the
beginning to
Discord.
be
It's in the
posted there, so-
right now. It's
All
like I
the-
said. Don't give me shit. It's a little rough. There's a couple of things I need to fix in it,
Yep.
but it is really good right now. I think first 3 chapters available there for free for a limited time on the Discord.
And I mean, you are here in the process of upgrading. So it's a special time and place for me. So we appreciate you all for coming here and watching us and being so engaged in chat. And we look forward to coming to you
Yes.
next
And
month.
drawing you into our world.
That's right.
And having fun. The Discord server's right there on the bottom of the screen. You see the little HTTPS discord.gg, all that. Ooks-a-dook-a-dook-a.
And we do have
Services.
channels, our YouTube Tabletopless channel and YouTube AetherPunk channel. We'll be able to stream episode 1 on there as well next month. And we will make sure to add Discord and other links to all of them.
And generally, I think I misspelled it there. AetherPunk project with a K instead of a C is one of the ways in which we made ourselves
Stand up.
stand out in searches. So you should be able to find there's the aetherpunk.org's got links to some stuff. The
All else-
website's still a little rough as well,
Sure.
but
All
there's a-
else fails, you guys can check us out on tabletopless.org on Instagram and Twitter. And
that is
follow
not
for
safe
that.
for work. They be very
Well, Instagram,
very aware.
Instagram is safe for work.
So okay, the Instagram is safe for
Instagram
work.
is absolutely safe for work. Twitter is not safe for work.
Yeah.
Be aware of that. But that is a way to see a lot of links and to
Yeah.
get in touch with all of us.
Yeah.
Vixen, Grim, the two of us, etc. And ask questions of how you can get into the project. Artists are welcome.
Yeah, so the people who are interested in the NSFW stuff, you go there. But otherwise, the AetherPunk stuff is all kind of its own self-contained. thing, and you find that there on the
All completely safe for work.
Yep, on the
All
Discord.
AetherPunk is safe.
Yes.
Our whole punk is clean. We are angels.
Yes, angels. So anyway, I think that's if you. I know Grim has stayed a long time. Thanks so much for staying late with us,
And
man.
for helping us create this world into a game.
Yes, and I hope you guys.
And we didn't take a break.
Didn't. Oh my God, you're right. So I hope everybody who came will join us for additional, episodes as we continue to develop it, because we've already put a ton of work in, and I think you guys are really gonna love what we end up producing. At least I hope you will.
Yep. See you for a monthly show. So far, is the schedule?
Yeah, I think so. Good night, everyone.
Ciao.
Bye.